Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐬𝐿546 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Happy Monday everyone. His distracted thoughts were quickly banished however when he opened the door and stepped foot into the observation room with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. An explosion rang loudly as he ducked under an upward swinging hand. His attacker grunted, "You're not half bad for someone with such a lame quirk, but I'm Dash." Deku reacted easily, not really listening to what the other was saying, already in position for a tackle. He pushed forward, wrapping his arms around their midsection, lifting up as they pushed, one leg kicking out behind his knees. He was able to just barely avoid getting hit by the flailing hands that still shot explosions off because of his arm's position, so they pushed his attackers up near the armpits, destroying all leverage his opponent had while giving him use of his whole body. As they neared the ground, he quickly moved his hands to pin their arms down, pressing his knee against their chest. Two sets of red eyes met each other as they locked eyes with each other. Then the gray-haired rose, taking a few steps back from the ash blonde. "Sorry about that. I just saw the explosions heading to my face and moved. I hope you're okay. I wasn't too rough, was I?" Hideki couldn't resist picking at the blonde's wounded pride with a few just slightly mocking but friendly-seeming words. He offered them a hand up. It had been a while since they had last seen Bakugo Katsuki, and they did not expect it to hurt like this. They thought they had gotten over their childhood bully. Apparently not. "You caught me off guard is all," the Bakugo blustered. Hideki blinked a few times, feigning shock before drawing their shoulders up defensively that made it sound like they attacked Bakugo. They glanced around at the others' resigned faces for show, as no one stepped in, although 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and Iida seemed about to, so he drew himself up and Hideki defended themselves while trying to seem just slightly aggressive. Hopefully he'd come off as not meek, passive, or cool, just short-tempered. "I was going to say that too, what with attacking as I entered the room. That explosion nearly hit me before I saw it. You should have at least been prepared for a counter if you go to attack someone like that." "What? You used your quirk dash, so did you?" Hideki scowled now. "But, okay, I agree mine is better, thank you." Sorry, I don't know your name, have we been introduced?" "How dare you dash, hey?" Bakugo was interrupted a second time, this time by Aries. "You are being mean to Deki. You're not supposed to do that, apologize." But out brat, go back to drawing or whatever SHT you were doing before." His hand raised threateningly as he turned to the small girl standing with her hands on her hips. Hideki instinctively moved in front of her, raising his arms slightly to his side. Bakugo paused, eyeing them. The classroom was silent. Teach, whatever, only once they had stuck their hands in their pockets and turned wondering off did Hideki relax, reaching one hand to pull Aries closer to their side. Of course they took it as their cue, making Izuku barely restrain a groan and not quite containing the exasperated look in his eyes. "Hey! You didn't apologize. You aren't allowed to mess with my big brother." "It's fine Aries, don't worry about it." They turned, keeping themselves between their little sister and the volatile student as they went, pushing her back to where she had originally been sitting against the wall. If you say then okay." All Might seemed to decide then was the ideal time to speak up. "Alrighty then, our next matchup will be Hagakure Toru and Mineta Minoru. And you will be in the mountains. Good luck to you both." A creepily grinning boy who was smaller than even Aries headed to the door, alongside the invisible girl he had met earlier. It took no time at all before Aries had migrated back to the screens. Before long class was over and All Might made a speedy exit, and you really had to wonder why he was spending his 3 hours at a high school. It almost made you think. It was still an unlikely scenario, but could not be counted out so quickly anymore. Hideki hung back as his classmates left, offering a smile and nod to those who gave him weird looks and telling 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 that he would catch up with him, but had to speak with the teacher. Eraserhead likewise remained in the room, curled up as he was in the sleeping bag. As the last student filed out, he carefully slid a few of the papers he had been absently writing on into his backpack before taking out a plain folder. Aries stood up beside him and together they approached the pro hero. Eraserhead glanced up at them before slowly extracting himself from the sleeping bag to look over the both of them. I wanted to thank you, Mr. Eraserhead, for allowing me to join after the start of school and for my sister to join me. I also was told to hand these papers to you. It's the final few pieces of paperwork I needed to finish. Thank you once again. Aries beamed up at him before waving by and dragging Hideki to the door, chattering about the hero students she had gotten the chance to speak with. Eraserhead watched him leave with increasing suspicion in his eyes before carefully opening the folder. There were 2 sheets of paper in it. One, a note on lined paper, was it what Hideki had been writing on at the end of class. He could have slipped it into the folder when he put it in his bag. And the other, a drawing of 2 people, one with pale hair and a single horn and the other green-haired with equally green eyes. The second one he definitely knew had been discreetly added at the end of class. Mr. Eraserhead, surprise, have you guessed it by now? Bet you didn't expect to see me here. Well, quite frankly, neither did I. I believe you are supposed to be brief tomorrow, but you seem to have caught on that something was going on, so please don't kill me before then. If you have any comments, feel free to bug 𝐻𝐿𝐿 with them because yes, I already know this is an absolutely horrendous idea. It was 100% his. This isn't my first time going undercover. At this point, however, I'm convinced he wouldn't understand going undercover if it smacked him in the face, much less ever succeed in it. I mean, this practically breaks every single rule ever created. Anyway, if this kills me, nice knowing you, I'll be haunting 𝐻𝐿𝐿 if you want to visit. But if you haven't guessed, guess who? Blockhead. Eraserhead barely smirked at the play on the information gatherer's name disguised as an insult. He flipped the folder shut as he stalked out of the room, the sleeping bag dragging behind him. If 𝐻𝐿𝐿 hadn't already mentioned the possibility of slipping an informant into his class a few times before, he would have called the kid out. What on earth was the principal thinking? In any mission, including the ones with just the slightest level of risk, you controlled all variables you could get your hands on. A small part of Eraserhead quietly worried they were trying to discreetly dispose of them. He pushed thoughts of the mission from his mind as he stomped to the teacher's lounge to meet up with Present Mike. They would need to change their plans from visiting the duo, but it wasn't like they could just suddenly cancel and do something else after a brother-sister pair began attending after transferring midterm. That would definitely raise eyebrows. 𝐬𝐿𝐿𝐴 was waiting for him when he stepped outside the room. What was that for? The bird-like student asked curiously. Oh, I had to turn in some of the last few things of paperwork. I know you didn't have to do as much, but can you believe all the sheets you had to read? They have to cut down like a whole forest every year for that. Yes, there was a fair amount, but it's for both the school and student safety. Yeah. Guess you can't really complain about that. The two walked in an easy silence, Hideki following behind so he wouldn't get lost on the way to the dorms. Aries, on the other hand, quickly got fed up with the silence. Your quirk is really, really cute. 𝐬𝐿𝐴 stared at the child. Does he have a name? She is called Dark Shadow -- Oh, can I pet her? Dark Shadow stared at the child with a near-identical look of disbelief as 𝐬𝐿𝐴 did as she obliviously swung Hideki and her joined hands happily. She waved happily at the shadow bird. You don't have to let her dash. Dark Shadow nudged her head, causing Hideki to cut himself off. Dark Shadow's movement 𝐬𝐿𝐴 cut him of. It's fine. Together they watched as Aries offered a piece of her granola bar to the shadowy creature, which they, surprisingly, ate. As the group reached the dorms, Hideki scanned his key card and pulled the door open. The entrance area of the dorms was as chaotic as one would expect for a building that housed now 21 students. He already missed the quiet it held earlier that day and even more the comfort of his own secure home. Are you okay? Izuku glanced up to see the round-faced girl he'd noted earlier before the training. Uraraka Ochako, the one with the gravity quirk? He believed the quirk factor was located in her fingertips. He offered a wistful smile. Fine, just homesick, you know. It'll be okay, big brother, we can make our own home wherever we like, remember? And I'm here. Aries grinned up at him, grabbing onto his hand again. That was what he'd told her when they had to temporarily move while he repaired damage to the house. Again. Thank you, he addressed both of them with the first part. I'm sorry, I don't think I caught your name earlier today. I'm Kobayashi Hideki. I know, I'm Uraraka Ochako. I totally understand being homesick though. Did you finish moving in yet? Oh yeah, We managed to get unpacked quickly enough. They both smiled awkwardly at each other. Really? A pink girl's head shot up. We had a competition when we all moved in to see everyone's rooms. Mind if we see yours? All right. A spiky red-headed boy cheered, slamming his textbook shut as he leaped to his feet. That's right, I had completely forgotten, Ribbit. A short girl with long green hair croaked. The first girl to arrive, Yaoyorozu, also had stood up. You can of course see all of our rooms too. The front door slid open and Aizawa shuffled in. Do I want to know what's going on here? We are going to see if their dorms shine as brightly as mine. A blonde student declared, the other students agreeing to various degrees. Right? Aizawa eyed all the students, but Hideki caught his worried glance at him. I'll be gone for a while, so take care of yourselves. Don't burn the dorms down. The underground hero shuffled out as suddenly as he entered. Well, a tall, spiky black-haired hero, a tape quirk user, prompted. Hideki grinned easily, internally going over the checks he would have to do for bugs instead of sleeping. Why not? Security, that was why hecking not, damn it. The class began trooping up the stairs, the Kobayashi siblings with them. As they reached their floor, the class parted for him to unlock the door. He obliged, pulling his key from his pocket. The pocket he was never placing it in ever again now that the spy had probably seen where he kept it, and with great ceremony Hideki unlocked the door and pushed it open. He made sure to stand slightly in the way so they couldn't just enter it. Dude, what's up with your computer? He didn't see who that was. It wasn't actually his laptop. The dark purple and light blue computer that now sat on his bed was actually Sarah's old school computer. She had assured him it had been purely for school, so nothing even slightly suspicious was on it. He wasn't bringing his computer anywhere near a possible electricity or electronics manipulator, and to block communications the League had won. Probably. Oh, that used to be my older sister's computer. Wait, I thought Aries was your only family left. Aries sniffled sadly, letting her big red doe eyes fill with tears, her lip trembling. Hideki glared, pulling her into a one-armed hug. Yes, hence, used to. An awkward silence prevailed as a few classmates gave a handful of platitudes or apologies. Hideki thawed his gaze and looked away. It's fine, you didn't know. Anyway, you said you had a room competition going on. Where do you say we place? Aries headed silently off to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. This wasn't just her acting to match the backstory, she was genuinely upset. Actually, why don't you decide amongst yourselves and tell us later? I'd still like to see your guys' rooms if possible. Maybe it would give me an idea to make this place seem a bit more like home. The others quickly agreed with him, watching the closed door where the cheery but shy girl they had met today had disappeared behind. Hideki left the door cracked open as he headed to the bathroom door and knocked. It would be interesting to see who entered. Sometimes even he found he was far too risk-taking. He needed to work on being so much more cautious. After all, that was how he ended up being in this position to begin with. Class 1A returned to the common area of the dorms, silently, each quietly wondering what happened to the pair. It wasn't long though before the group began to speculate aloud. Do you think whatever happened is related to those scars on his arm? I mean, they looked kinda new, don't you think? I don't really think this is something we should pry into. It seems pretty personal. Yeah, Sue is right. Did you see how upset Aries got? If they can't take a few comments, then they shouldn't freaking be here. You need to be tough to be a hero. Bakugo does have a point, although I wouldn't exactly phrase it that way, but maybe we can help them adjust to their new lives. Some things take time to heal. Ida, the event had to be pretty recent. Maybe we can find something on the news. What if he brainwashed Nizu and is secretly a villain gathering information on the next generation? What world are you living in? How on earth would he even manage to brainwash Nizu without raising suspicions? Nizu practically lives here in UA. The real question is how you even know that. Don't be a buzzkill. Oh, what if their parents were underground heroes and a villain they had put away came after them? It would explain why UA agreed to let the little sister stay here too. This isn't a story. What if they are undercover? Okay, now you're being unrealistic. Why would they even? Oh, hi Kobayashi. An awkward silence once more filled the air as Kobayashi appeared in the doorway. Oh no, what am I going to do now? Hideki drawled sarcastically, clutching his chest dramatically. You have found out that I, Kobayashi Hideki, am secretly the pro hero 𝐻𝗏𝗏𝗏. That earned him a few chuckles as people made the comparison between the giant, bulky hero and far too small, scrawny Hideki. How will I go on now? He dropped to the ground. The blonde from before stood then from the couch, also posing dramatically as he took up the joke. That is correct, you can hide nothing from my brilliant light. Go, Aoyama. The invisible girl, Hagakure Toru, cheered them on, laughing. Bow before my brilliance, go my minions and bring him before me. Catching on to the act, another blonde, a lightning quirk user, and a redhead, a toughening quirk, moved forward to drag him gently over. Hideki continued his own act, letting himself hang limply in his mock defeat from their carefully firm grip. Uraraka joined in, leaping up to stare down at him. That's right, we knew it all along, you can't hide anything from us, hero, we know your identity dash. Of course, Eraserhead and Present Mike chose that moment to enter the building. They both froze as they took in the Ares-less scene with the class surrounding his body, hanging limply in defeat from two classmates' grasps. The last few words Uraraka had coldly announced, and the only words that the heroes had caught, did not help perceptions in the least. We know your identity. How many ways were there to interpret that statement? Just what is going on here? Eraserhead's hair raised dangerously as he growled the words out. Eek! Hagakure squeaked and Hideki fell suddenly to the ground as the sparkling blonde laughed as if unconcerned. That liar was so worried. A few stammered excuses were given from various members of the class before Bakugo broke in. These gossiping fools were speculating on his past dash. The redhead interrupted. Hideki knew he liked them for a reason and continued the narrative, and he decided to reveal his super secret identity as 𝐻𝗏𝗏𝗏. Aoyama already had it all figured out though. The tape guy broke in. Uraraka took over now, excitedly joining in on the retelling, so he demanded his capture and then dash. Wait, Ribbit, 𝐻𝗏𝗏𝗏 is a hero, why was he captured again? Spying, I think. Interesting. The class began speaking on top of each other again. Eraserhead met Deku's eyes and at his shrug cut in. Never mind, I don't think I want to know, it's way past lights out, go to bed, if even one of you are late to class tomorrow. Regret. Good night then. The class only stood in silence for a moment after his dramatic exit before they began cleaning up and saying their goodnights. It was like a magic trick with how quickly the lounge cleared out. With a sigh, Deku flopped down onto the couch, his arms on his knees and his head in his hands. What am I doing here? He turned as if startled at the creak that came from the staircase. He had noticed one of his classmates lingering there. Hello. Someone there. With another sigh, he headed into the kitchen to grab a pot of coffee for the night he still had before him now, and yes, he meant a whole pot to himself, don't judge. He had drank more coffee for less in the past, oftentimes enough that sometimes he even thought he lived off the stuff. It was nearing 1 in the morning by the time he finished his final sweep of the room, and a now calmed down Eri lay fast asleep amongst her animals. An empty bowl of popcorn beside her and closed laptop moved to a safer area. He knew he should have made her brush her teeth again after, but he couldn't find it in himself to wake her up. A low buzzing alerted him of an incoming call from his friendly phone, as Katsuo insisted to refer to his newest phone that had been assigned to his Hideki persona. Hello. He slurred his voice easily after waiting a few more rings, essentially mimicking being woken up. Hey boss, mother says to keep an extra eye out for Flashy, and keep the unicorn from any culture. So Jean must have found something already. Flashy was what they agreed would be Kaminari, and that would make culture Mineta. Interesting what had made them stick out. Must we begin every conversation with some cryptic message? The government agents listening in need some sort of entertainment to break up the monotony, and it's not like we're going to talk about your newest victim on the phone with the big bro listening, so why not? Katsuo always loved playing this part. It was why he almost always was the point of contact when someone went undercover, either weaving the code into his words or, as he preferred to do, playing the hyper, semi-joking, head in the clouds friend and then waving off whatever he said as nonsense. Oh my gosh. That reference again. How are we even friends? You're secretly a mob boss who runs the underground fight ring I take part in. Izuku burst out laughing. Imagine that, you learning to throw a punch. Yeah, I'm sure that happens in the world where you break the rules and can actually fight. Oh, so what brings you to my number at God who knows when in the morning? Insomnia obviously want to meet up. Not this time, remember, I'm pretty sure they're monitoring our every movement here, it's crazy. Ah, that is. Guess no escape for you this time, princess. Seems like. Izuku flopped down on his bed, leaning back despite the preparation he still needed to get done. Katsuo knew him too well and that he would be up all night unless someone made him stop long enough to realize he was tired. Tell you what, until summer I'll meet you halfway. Fair enough, I demand story time though. It's no fair Aries is the only one who gets it. She's like 5, how old are you again? He paused for a second before continuing, that's what I thought, but fine. Once upon a time there lived man. In everyone's eyes he was fair, and kind, and above all strong. But he was prideful. And that would be his downfall. Near the village where he lived there was a forest, forbidden to all but eyes of the deepest darkest form of darkness, but he saw himself above that, above everyone else, and so one day he ventured into the forest, thinking that he was greater than the warnings, that he was above the darkness. Light will always prevail over darkness, he said as he entered and began walking through the thick undergrowth, and I will prove it to all who doubt that. For he believed himself to be the very epitome of light and, therefore, out of the reach of the dark creatures that lived and made their home in the forest. Soon he came across a large, misshapen mouse nearly the size of his foot. Beast, he proclaimed, how can you bear to live in this darkness? It did not occur to him that he too had chosen the darkness over the light by venturing into the forest. He too had entered the dark and so became one of them, and would continue to become more so as he continued to choose to stay, for darkness does not rely on strength only, no, it is patient waiting for any opening to snake through and winding around and snaring its prey in the meantime. Nor did it occur to him the arrogance he displayed thinking the mouse would respond if he spoke his own language rather than the mouse's. So ignorant to the man's futile attempts at conversation, the mouse went to scurry past towards a bush by the edge of the forest where sweet red berries grew. But he took that as a sign the misshapen mouse was looking to exit the forest. Enraged at its audacity to dare venture onto the land of the light, he lifted his axe and dash. Katsuo cut in then, oh my gods, Hideki, you can't just say stuff like that. What? But you wanted a story, this isn't all too different from your video games. I mean, if anything it's toned down a bunch. It's a mouse. Well, yeah, but that is different. How? Deku paused at Katsuo's aborted laugh from the other end. They were both pretending for the most part, but that didn't make the conversation any less fun. Is it because you're the one killing instead of just hearing about it? Or is it because it's an adorable little fuzzy animal instead of a zombie or whatever? Because may I remind you this one's not any of those things but an animal. Wait, isn't the principal a mouse or something? Oh my gods, I'm so dead. I really hope he's not going to visit Class 1A anytime soon. I don't think I'll be able to meet his eyes. Now Katsuo really did burst into laughter. So much for you, you'll have set the record for soonest expulsion. Actually, that would be a hero corps student who got expelled before the bell rung the first day. You looked it up. Full-fledged cackles echoed down from the other side. Oh, shut up, and keep it down, Ri is sleeping. Right, the laughter quieted down. Now then, tell me a happier story, Hideki. Fine. Once upon a time in Sugarpuff Rainbow Land dash. Why are you doing this to me? Shut up and listen, you asked for this. There was a great power struggle going on between dash. Oh my god, no, you aren't killing off the people of Rainbow Land dash. It's Sugarpuff Rainbow Land, excuse you. Rainbow Land was the old kingdom before them, who they cruelly chased out bit by bit and later dash. Please stop, you're already going to be killing the people of Sugarpuff Rainbow Land, you monster. Let me believe just plain Rainbow Land was a happy and peaceful place. Fine anyway. The Supreme King Lynch Sugarplum dash, Katsuo choked. Lynch Sugarplum, what the fuck dash? Do you want to hear a story or not? Thank you. Now King Lynch Sugarplum Honey Twist and the Grand Monarch Milky Overweighty were locked in a tense struggle for the gates of Pegasus Lakes ever since the death of their mother, and the ruler of Pegasus Lakes, as the ruler who held the gates, controlled trade throughout the region. Izuku soon drifted to sleep to the sound Katsuo's laughter and complaints. Big brother, big brother. Come on, big brother. Izuku woke to his arm being shaken as Eri tried to wake him. Faintly he heard someone else's laughter, but it was altered just enough for him to realize it was his phone. Katsuo had no doubt handed it off to someone else when he started dropping off. The last he remembered was something about the Queen of Pegasus Lakes returning from the actually not dead and then, unrelatedly, probably, he wasn't quite sure, the assassination of something or other Linty Plum. Sleep deprivation did wonderful things to his creativity, it seemed. I'm up. Why do I have to be up? You have school come. Unin. Oh, right. Shoot. Izuku, or rather Hideki, shot up careful not to run into Ares as he shoved the uniform on and grabbed his bag. I'll be back to get you at lunch, there should be some food in that bag. He pointed to an insulated bag he had prepared that rested by the desk with one hand as he tried to tie his shoe with the other. It took some doing, but he managed, for breakfast or any snacks. There are still some things in the basket if you're still hungry though, and be sure to lock the door behind me. Can never be too cautious, right, Bree? I know. If you don't run, you're going to be late though. Autumn. Izuku turned abruptly and swooped Eri into a big hug. Remember, I'm always here for you, okay? She grinned. Okay. And to call if you need anything. Aha. Or if you just want some company or are bored or really anything at all, got it. Or if you have a test coming up. She gave him an innocent look. He grinned widely back. Especially then. I'll miss you, but I'll be back in just a few hours. I know. Izuku sighed, then offered a teasing grin. Good, and remember. If anyone is being suspicious, hit first, second, and third, get out of there, don't play fair, and ask questions never, not necessarily in that order, and always being smart about it. Leave the dangerous stuff to you, Eri dutifully recited. Exactly. I really am sorry I dragged you even this much into things. We're a family, and that means we have to stay together. Right, I'll be going now, see you soon, right, Bree? Super soon. They locked their pinkies together as Izuku set her down, and then he took off out the door. And remember what I said about locking the door behind me? Eri giggles happily. Her brother was the best, but sometimes he could be a real idiot. He never seemed to realize that all the holes in the plans he saw nobody else did, like how the spy, having seen their room during the competition, would just have to go find someone with a memory quirk or find some way to show 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 to let him teleport in. Izuku had basically rebuilt and moved them to avoid that. Or how the UA walls weren't actually that high. Or how the sensors only went so far below the walls. Or how UA was far too big to safely monitor the grounds completely as it was. Or how easily all the buildings could be broken into or out of. He had demonstrated the last one even before Nizu made the offer. He had shown her a few ways to be safe. Her brother was a genius strategist, but sometimes he almost seemed to be playing a different game than everyone else with different moves and rules, or maybe it was as if he was playing some elusive opponent that could always see through his moves no matter what he did. He always seemed convinced he needed 5 plans, 10 backups, and still he would be certain he was going to fail anyway. She slid the bolt into place, before making her way to the bag and pulling out a granola bar, to-go milk carton, and an orange as she hummed to herself. All of that didn't matter though, because beside him she was safe, and more importantly, she had found her home. In the end, Deku managed to sprint from the dorms to classroom 1A with just enough time to launch himself into his seat before the bell rang. Of course, all that effort was wasted when the class waited a full 3 minutes before the homeroom teacher arrived. But hey, that just means they didn't know he was almost late to class and saved him some trouble. Although it's not like he actually had to make a good first impression, Eraserhead already knew him from Present Mike's repeated attempts at befriending him and Eri. Class passed slowly for Izuku, and he found himself tuning out more often than not as he had already learned all of this stuff before, instead mentally reciting all the work that was no doubt piling up and counting the sleepless nights he would be having. He was at 3 weeks no sleep if it concluded within the next 5 months. That was wishful thinking, of course, but he had faith that his friends would knock out at least a little of the necessary tasks while he was busy, and who knows? Maybe he could work something out where he doesn't have to do the homework, without his new peers knowing naturally, so he'd have more time to deal with the immediate issues. Or maybe he can start dropping accidental hints about having a secret lover or friend or something outside of UA who was against his current situation, but it was out of both their hands. By saying he didn't actually want to be a hero, he wouldn't necessarily oust himself from the rest of the class, but it would make him more alluring for the spy. Maybe show some more of his short temper and have, "Hey, Hideki, can you believe we weren't told about the sports festival until now? I'm so nervous." Like all the other classes have a head start on training already. A bright pink girl with sharp horns stood in front of his desk grinning. No doubt the lunch bell had just rung. Izuku quickly covered the unimpressed look he wanted to give her, considering the UA Sports Festival was the most televised and watched event. It is a bit nerve-wracking, I guess. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, right? Yep. You got it. Are you joining us for lunch today? You missed yesterday, or at least I didn't see you. I have to get Aries first, younger siblings, you know. Never know what they're going to get up to. Alright, see you there then. I really like your guy's hair, by the way. Super cool. Thanks. Deku grinned half-heartedly at her. It's okay, I guess. I like your hair more though. Truthfully, he preferred her eyes, but he mentally shrugged. This fit more with his sob story. He would have to slowly reveal if the spy didn't come to him soon enough. Exiting the room shortly after she left, Deku paused in the hall as his phone rang, the consistent feeling of being observed that he had felt since the very beginning when he first stepped foot into the UA in disguise prickly uneasily at the back of his head. He flipped it open and answered. He quickly tapped twice on the speaker as he did so. Hello. How are you faring? Izuku couldn't help but relax just slightly, slumping back against the wall and sliding down it at Jin's familiar voice. He wouldn't admit it, but he already missed the other and his frequent visits. And he was just so tired. Are you sure you still want to do this? I can find a way to pull you out if you really need me to. We both know there's no safe way we can get me out of this as it is, even if you pulled in the rest too. He sighed in unison with the other. No matter how much either of us want to change the past, I mean, where else can I go? Izuku quickly pulled the conversation even further so it matched his new story, so he was paranoid. Sue him, he practically spent all his life gathering info from idiots who let something slip. It's not like anyone else is going to offer help. I just need to make it through high school and then I'm out. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 began tiredly, knowing it would not be wise saying his nickname then, so instead shortening Hideki-san. Alright, just make sure you visit and raise a little hell while you're at it. Remember, you can always just run if it's too much. I've never ran from anybody in my life. I was part of it too, please. People run from me. Alright, see you Saturday then, okay? And not one day later. All Might himself couldn't stop me. Today was Thursday, so just one more day and then it would seem he would be visiting them. He slid shut the phone and put it away, pulling himself together and beginning to walk down the hallway only to ram into someone as he turned the corner. Oh, my gosh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't really looking where I was going. No, I should have been paying more attention too. Hagakure and him both burst into giggles as they stared at each other, or rather not quite at her in Izuku's case. It seemed someone had been listening. He would have heard her approaching footsteps otherwise. Score 1-0 for his paranoia. Well, actually, I was just looking for you, Mina. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, that is, said you were heading back to the dorms and I was hoping I could go with you. If you don't mind. Not at all. If anything, you'll be helping me keep from getting lost or something. Great. It is a really big campus, isn't it? I know I was shocked when I first saw it, but you have to think. What could have all this money been spent on instead, you know? Like, I know it's super important to train the next generation of heroes and all, and I'm super grateful I get to go here, but there's like 5 zillion different training grounds that are mostly the same, and that's just excessive. I don't know. Deku inwardly grinned. Jackpot. No, I get what you're saying. It's a hero academy, a place for people to learn how to be selfless and help others before themselves, and yet so much money is made by private companies and heroes off of it. It is sort of an ironic thought. Yeah, like just a few blocks away the whole area is in shambles from the latest villain attack, and I checked. And do you know how much Hero Corporation and heroes themselves donated to help? Nothing. And most of the damage was done by the hero too, but they only help when they get something out of it. Hagakure sighed dejectedly. I'm sorry if this is out of place, but you sound like you have personal experience there. He didn't want to pry into this, but considering the way she was trying to lead his thinking and how she was listening into his conversation. Like I said, fair warning, diverges from canon, but also violent character deaths. You can skip this part. Another author's note is at the end, my family has always lived in a poorer area and that was fine. We had each other, what more could you ask, But then there was a villain attack in the middle of the night. And I was so scared. We all were. Back then there were 6 of us. Mom, Dad, and my older brother and sister, twins, and my little sister and me, of course. But I'm sorry. They were crying somewhat. Deku could tell even if they couldn't actually see. They weren't walking anymore either, just standing by the front door of the dorms. But was woken up by my father. The so-called hero had thrown the villain into our apartment building and the building was crumbling. No one in my family had exactly physically quirks. It was mostly like mine. So there was nothing any of us could do. I watched my older brother trying to free our sister from the rubble that trapped her leg and then another piece of the ceiling fell. They were killed instantly. Crushed by it so much they couldn't even properly separate the upper halves of their bodies anymore since it was. I'm sorry. An end of deaths, only vague mentions from here on. Izuku pulled her into a hug, gently patting her back and whispering soft words to her. He really hoped she didn't turn out to be the spy, but he had a horrible, sinking feeling inside. He knew what was coming. Predictable. Why was it always so predictable? Deep down he also knew that wasn't the part that bothered him. Hey, it's okay, I've got you. It's okay to cry, I've got you. You don't have to continue if you don't want to. You're so brave. So brave. It's fine, I'd like to explain, but we were a family of 6 and now there's just 3 of us. I didn't know what to do after that. I had no purpose, but then I met someone. It was just last school year actually. So really it's only been about 6 months. They gave me purpose. You see. They were entering the building now, 𝐻𝐿 leading the way, and he felt like crying himself now. She was she wasn't the spy, but he was certain now she was a spy. He hated this. Unaware of his carefully hidden inner turmoil, she continued, her voice growing strong again, no longer stumbling over words although she still sniffed and wiped at her tear-filled eyes. I found my purpose and I know you can somewhat understand that. You have yours as well, protecting 𝐬𝐿, but I think you can also understand mine. This world as it is now it's rotting. Disgusting. Heroes are always preaching about all the good they do, how righteous they are. When really they're just in it for the fame. Or for money or something. And it's not right. We need to change it. You need to calm down, it's okay. Izuku whirled to face the newest member. They stood proudly just a few steps away from them in front of the still open door, clearly blocking his exit. Yaoyorozu. Oh, hello, I didn't know you were with us. That actually was bugging him. He hadn't known. How had she escaped his notice? There were trained assassins who still struggled to go unnoticed around him. It was worrisome. He would need to be more careful. She smiled. I took a different route. I must say you have an impressive record. He feigned mild defensiveness alongside poorly disguised pride and shock. He knew exactly what she was talking about. What about it? You were expelled from 2 different schools before dropping and are part of a small-time gang. How on earth did you end up here? Look. He growled the words out as if they were physically painful for him to say. I don't really want to go here. I have no high aspirations and I don't really want to be a hero. I'm not cut out for that. I'm going here because it was the best option for 𝐬𝐿. I've been trying to get along and not challenge any of your beliefs or whatever, but Christ. Who do you think you are digging through my records? You're not even licensed yet. Where is this ego coming from? You agree with us then, that heroes have no right to be doing what they do, that society needs to change. I'm not saying anything to you, I'm doing whatever I have to protect my sister. And that's all I'm going to say. He paused to take a deep breath and headed towards the stairs. Excuse me. 𝐻𝐿 stepped in his way. Sorry, Hideki. Then we can help you. You know who I am, who my family is. Our association doesn't just have people in low places. I can guarantee you that if you join us we can make sure your sister goes through college and lands a good job that she'll enjoy. So, how about it? Just hear us out and I'm willing to pull a few strings even if you don't agree to join in the end. She left the offer hanging temptingly in the air and Hideki paused, some of the tension draining from his shoulders. She's not just saying things, they are helping my little sis and mom too. You can trust them, you can trust us. It's like having extended family where we all look out for each other, the broken pieces and those that can't fit elsewhere. What? Can I think about your offer? Hesitance was important here, but just the shocked and exposed 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 kind, not actual doubt or nervousness. A bit of wistfulness and hope, and 𝐻𝐼ROZU smiled warmly down at him and slowly approached. Of course. I can understand how hard the choice can be. Come find me when you make your decision. 𝐻𝐼ROZU patted his shoulder comfortingly. See you at class, yeah. He smiled, a watery smile that mixed hope and just the right amount of awe with the tiniest hint of relief. Relief as if a burden had been removed from his shoulders. I'm glad I'm not as alone here as I thought. It's honestly kind of horrifying to hear them go on and on acting as if they are the law. As if they can do no wrong. Thanks, Hideki. I get how you feel exactly, but you have us now. He caught 𝐻𝐼ROZU easily as she leapt at him, giving him a tight hug. Off to the side, 𝐻𝐼ROZU sighed, giving them both a happy look. It would seem he had found them, and damn it, he hated this mission. Hated. And it was tearing him apart piece by painful piece. It was with unusually unsteady footing that he made his way up the stairs, leaning ever so slightly against the railing as he climbed. Upon reaching the dorm, he wordlessly entered and shut the door before he greeted Eri with a big hug. Tears were pouring out of his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, clutching her. And here he thought he'd finally knocked that habit. Why did he have to be here? Why did he agree? Why did it have to be one of those god-darned gray areas? But why did it have to be All Might? Brother, what's wrong? He focused in on Eri's voice as it grew increasingly worried and frantic before scared. Nothing, I'm fine. He found the strength to speak as he heard tears forming in her eyes too. I'm fine. I just missed you a lot. I love you, you know that, right? Yeah, to the furthest star and back and then more. Why are you saying that? You're not leaving me behind, are you? You promise? Never, I'll always be by your side, don't worry. I just don't like this job, that's all. I'm just so glad you got to accompany me. Come on, we've got to get to class, right? Are you ready to go? This isn't over though, Sir said. If you ever started acting weird, to find out what's going on and to call them. And you're acting weird. Izuku laughed weakly and forced himself to pull back from the hug and stand so she could gather her bag for the day. All right, no need to call them unless you want to though. We'll be seeing them Saturday come hell or high water, or else Jean will send out the cavalry to hunt us down. Eri giggled and motioned for him to pick her up after handing over her bag. In her hands she clutched an orange. They also said to make sure you eat lunch. Shoot, you guys know me too well, don't you? They slipped out of the dorm room, Hideki carefully locking the door behind them, after shifting Eri so she was on his back, the fruit now safely placed into the bag. As Eri spoke, he took off at a trot to the training room the class was supposed to meet at for the hero class today. He was greeted rather enthusiastically by 𝐻𝐼ROZU and received a friendly nod from 𝐻𝐼ROZU as well, both of which he returned with a beaming grin and a wave, just like he did with any of the classmates who greeted him. The class itself seemed to whirl by, with them practicing their quirks to try and extend the time limit or power level, an amusing task for him as it required standing motionless in one place and blinking often for long periods of time before stretching out slightly and restarting as he continued to pretend that he had stopped time for everyone but himself. Of course, that only lasted until All Might decided to step it up a notch for him as the pro hero weaved through the room, offering assistance and making suggestions for the students to improve the effectiveness of their quirk training. Hideki's quirk was put to the test as All Might suggested he memorize objects on a screen as they flashed by and recite them back to the hero based off what number was very lightly written in the corner of each item. Suddenly quirk training no longer seemed as amusing. Instead, it was becoming a worrisome challenge as the things flashing across the screen became more varied, soon becoming tests of how quick he could see, and sometimes read, things, passages, or spot the randomized number with his secret identity on the line. In a matter of what seemed like milliseconds. With his non-existent quirk. This, if nothing else, was sure going to be what got him revealed. All in all, he'd say he did pretty good, only missing a few out of the 30 or so shown before begging off, claiming that all the time he had stopped earlier, plus this was taking a toll on him. Why did All Might chose then of all times to play skilled teacher? He was being a bit critical, he knew, but he was more than a little frustrated. No one had told the hero. You know, the one who would be observing and helping out during the quirk training. 𝐻𝐮𝐬 knew the quirk was a lie, as he, like most others, was under the impression he had a quirk called Pantomath, whose details he had painstakingly erased from any database. After class he was called to stay behind, which he quickly put off by asking if he could change clothes from the PE outfit. Thankfully, 𝐬𝐻𝐵 had brought a sealed container of clothes for him in the bag, and he was able to change from his PE uniform to that instead of what he came in. He was paranoid. And so what if he also kept a device to detect bugs and recording devices on him? Two people who had just openly blew their cover to him had touched his clothes several times and his PE uniform as well. You never knew what they could be planning. What if something was placed in his hair? Oh geez. So freshly showered and in a new set of clothes, Hideki found himself being dragged to Principal 𝐻𝐻𝐻's office, a place regularly checked for listening devices and other spywares he would know, while he kept a close eye on the infrared sector of his watch, which had either minor visual alarms or vibration alarms to alert him in any sudden or large change in temperature happen near him, as well as his surroundings. He was an informant, he had the right to be paranoid. 𝐻𝐻𝐵 just smiled indulgently from her perch on his shoulders and patted his head. The door was firmly shut behind them as Principal 𝐻𝐻𝐻 directed towards him a very unreassuring attempt at a grin. Distantly, he remembered Katsuo's bedtime story he had been telling and glanced away, unsure which emotion might have flashed onto his face. "Are you doing okay, kid?" Izuku offered Eraserhead a pained smile before turning to the final occupant, Principal 𝐻𝐻𝐻. "Well," he began, setting down air and slumping into a seat, "I've found 2 of your spies, but I'm willing to bet there's at least 2 more in their group, and nobody who has a choice will only send in one group with everyone aware who is in it." "You're not happy with this?" 𝐻𝐻𝐻 observed. "No, I am not. That means I have even more work to do, and this whole thing will take longer when I just want to go home and be. I've been where they are now more than my fair share, so I can sympathize with them there, and they make quite a few points I can agree with." 𝐻𝐻𝐻 raised one eyebrow, offering a questioning look. "Oh, I did say I stand for like a 5th side when you guys were trying to get me to drink the Kool-Aid, didn't I? I suppose you did. Now, will we be getting the names?" "5th side." He ignored Eraserhead's comment while 𝐻𝐻𝐻 only gave them a look. "Not until I have all of them. I see, a very strategical decision, but what if something happens to you? You aren't in a very safe position right now." "I have a precaution in place. It will be fine as long as you make sure not to make assumptions when they come. They will introduce themselves as Deku as well." 𝐻𝐻𝐻's eyes glinted. Deku knew that look better than anyone. Although he had never fully indulged in it, he wasn't sure if 𝐻𝐻𝐻 could say the same. He doubted it. The look was one of curiosity, the type where you would tear down organizations who had done nothing wrong to satisfy it, rip into anything, anyone to see how they ticked, watch the world burn, set the world on course to burn, to know what happens, to learn. It was an unquenchable longing that cared for no morals or kindness, only knowledge. It was not a good kind of curiosity, and it was something he had never allowed to totally rule him after he saw. After he found out what monster his curiosity was slowly growing into. He still struggled with it occasionally, but he knew there was a line he'd always stop himself from crossing. He was there to help people after all. He wondered if 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had that line. "There's more than one of you then. I always wondered how 𝐻𝐻𝐻 cut in with a snort, and the glint was disguised again. Chuckling a little, he spoke. "There's only ever been one of me. They're just an old friend who keeps some of my stuff as a fail-safe." "Ah, I see." An awkward silence filled the room as Deku and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 stared across, measuring each other. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 and Eraserhead watched from either side nervously. "Neither of us will be one of your chess pieces," we're a separate player. We shall see, and when you have to pick a side. I already have, you just haven't accepted there's another valid side yet, or maybe that there is an other valid side. I know I brought up the analogy, but this isn't chess. That is fine though, all the better to put to work my plans and achieve my goals. Deku stood up, Eri grabbing onto his hand. Was that all you wanted then? Not quite, we also wanted to make sure you were settling in well. Of course. Thank you very much for your hospitality. He offered a small bow that Ares copied after glancing over. Well, it was nice to finally speak with you, but I must be heading out now. Can't start creating suspicions now, right? Heading back to the dorm, he smiled, greeting those who were lounging around in the common room, some doing their homework, others playing a video game, and one baking something that smelled really good. He chose to head into the kitchen. The orange air had given him earlier still sat in the bag untouched, a testimony to his skill at avoiding eating, but he did have to eat sometime, and Ares was no doubt hungry. He picked up his pace marginally, slipping into the kitchen. Hello, Sato, right? Oh yes, hello. Just Rikido is alright with me though. Then you must call me Hideki. It's nice to get to talk with you. Do you mind if I borrow part of the kitchen? I only really need the stove. Oh, sure, it's no trouble. I'm using the oven, so that works out well. Thank you. Deku smiled happily as he got out the ingredients he had brought to the dorms and began starting on Ares's and his food, making sure to make more than enough. I know I haven't exactly been here long, but I'm surprised to not see anyone really cooking food here. I guess, a few times people will make something or other, but mostly it's things like cereal, takeout, microwavable food, and eating large amounts at lunch to avoid having to cook. I can't say that I'm all too fond of cooking myself, although I do know how to. I much prefer baking. Really? I have to say you do seem like you know your way around the kitchen even more than I do. I prefer cooking though. Baking always seems to require really hard precision work with the heat and timing and amount. I doubt I could do it as well as you do. It's not too hard, I just have lots of practice because of my quirk. Oh right. I saw you eating something right before you used yours during the exercises. What was it again? Sugar rush. They responded proudly with very little hesitation, and the whole of the conversation just seemed to make them less and less suspicious. Mentally, Deku crossed him off the unknown group, placing him instead as an unlikely candidate. It allows me to convert sugar into power, multiplying my strength. Wow, does it matter what type of sugar then? There was no harm in making some subtle suggestions for them to experiment a bit. What do you mean? Like, there's artificial sweeteners, cane sugar, brown sugar, syrup. Does the type affect how your quirk works? Oh, yeah, there's some difference, but not a whole lot that I could tell. Just how much is consumed. Neat. That gives you access to a whole variety of things to choose from when powering up. Sorry if I'm being too nosy. My quirk doesn't really hold as many options as yours, so it's really interesting to hear about. No, it's fun. Your quirk seems pretty cool too though. Well, I certainly think so. Hideki paused to grin teasingly at Rikido, but I'm definitely biased there. Really, what my quirk does is buy me a few extra minutes to think about what to do next, since I can't move during it, so it all depends on if I can think things through quick enough. Well, my quirk is similar in that aspect. It multiplies my strength, so I have to be pretty strong too so it can work effectively. You're right. I don't think I would have thought of that. Hideki quickly finished up what he was cooking and turned to where Izuku Uraraka, the gravity quirk user, and 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴, who insisted on being called Tsu, a frog-based mutant quirk user, were happily chatting away with Ares, a few writing utensils and an eraser floating by her. All right, food's ready. Would you like to join us for dinner, Rikido? I made more than enough. Oh, sure thing. Hideki handed Ares some empty plates and silverware as she ran over to help him, shyly asking, "Can Izuku and Tsu joins us too?" The two looked over when they were named. Of course, they're more than welcome. Why don't you ask them? He added 2 more settings to the stack and she ran back to the table despite Hideki's call to be careful. More slowly, he followed, carrying first the large bowl of miso soup over, then udon, a dish of dumplings that he had made earlier and frozen now reheated, before finally handing Ares 1 plate and taking the other himself of sashimi. They set the food out on the table, and in no time all 5 were happily eating the food, 3 especially so, as it had been some time since their last homemade meal. And Deku, knowing this would be the case for a group of teenagers suddenly living by themselves, was taking full advantage of this to make a place for himself in the already established groups. He felt kind of like the witches living in candy houses that made appearances in some of 𝐻𝗧𝗏's books. Either way, he did enjoy cooking, as it let him keep busy while still being able to think. Wow. Hideki, this is really good. It is. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, do you cook often? Well, not too often until recently, but I've always liked cooking. I didn't think it was that good though. Big brother Deku's food is the best. Aries cheered happily through one large mouthful of it. He gently tapped the top of her head, reminding her to use her manners. It didn't take long for their happy chattering and the smell of food to attract the attention of the other hero students, and soon all of the class that was still downstairs had flocked to the kitchen and were trying at least a sample of his cooking. Hideki, as both he and his sister had finished eating, talked some with his classmates at the table and helping Aries with her classwork when needed. There was some guilt over the fact they had eaten so much of the food once it was gone, but Hideki was quick to soothe that, and rather quickly afterwards he found himself agreeing to cook for everyone a few times a week, those there deciding on a rotation for buying the ingredients, therefore allowing them to choose the dish. Although he was given some veto power there, and then people were offering to pull the rest of the class into the event or to do the dishes or some other chore. From there it took no time at all to spiral into a chores chart of sorts, where they would volunteer, sometimes alone, sometimes in pairs, to take up certain tasks around the dorms that they were used to doing at home. At Hideki's suggestion, tutoring for a specific subject each day in the common room was added to that for those unused to any of the tasks and still seemed to want to help out. He left the room once they were all happily brainstorming away to tuck Aries in for bed, as she was beginning to nod off. He ended up carrying her up the stairs to her room anyway, as she sleepily held onto his shoulders, murmuring something about bunny rabbits. He smiled happily and followed her example and went to bed. Having gone to bed extra early for him, he found himself rising long before the sun. He had managed to get in a solid 3 hours of sleep in, more than usual, and quickly began searching for things to do to occupy his time, completing his homework, what little he could do for his information services while still being contained at 𝐻𝗧𝗏, straightening up the room, doing the laundry, and performing a few simple exercises to keep himself in shape, before he succumbed to the need to do something and ventured outside the dorm. In his well-rested, and therefore stir-crazy, state, he chopped up some fruit for breakfast, made a simple rice dish to go with it, and took the food upstairs for Aries. By then it was roughly when they both usually woke up when at home, and the sound of the opening of the door chased away the loosening grip of sleep for Aries. They spent the next few minutes in peace, eating with just the two of them, and relaxing before they replaced their masks on, and Hideki could no longer randomly spout more about someone's life story than he had any right to know, and Aries couldn't make her own guesses and give her too well formulated, both for her age and based off how much information she should have available to her, opinions about all the heroes and people they met. Izuku would be the first to say he wasn't the best judge of character. He tended to see everyone as inherently good even with his experiences, but he did have enough information on most people he met to make that not matter as much. He could simply predict their future actions, and then the morality of them or intentions behind it didn't matter. Aries, however, even without his information, tended to be able to correctly judge others on first impressions. Some people she felt safe to chatter on to or tease, and others she would avoid like the plague. Once they had finished eating and gone downstairs to return the plates and silverware, Izuku carrying the dishes, with Aries quietly chattering about the latest art project online school had given her and how she was going to make the bestest painting ever, and how it would have glitter. Izuku internally winced, knowing as soon as said glitter was opened, the room would never be the same again, and unicorns and all sorts of pretty flowers. They still had a few minutes before Izuku had to start worrying about not making it to class in time, but the quiet of the morning was over, with the first of their dorm mates making the trek downstairs and the few early risers, Ida, who had gotten up, heading back in from the outside where they had been stretching. With an internal sigh, Hideki headed up the stairs, snagging the lunch bento he had made for Air with a few ice packs. Once his sister was all set to study for the remainder of the morning and they had said their goodbyes, he left, heading to the classrooms at a steady jog. From there the first half of classes slid by as he absently did the homework through the lectures and counted down until lunch would begin. Time passed by at a snail's pace while he sat in his bored daze and until it was finally lunchtime. After carefully packing up he began the trek back to the dorms, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻 deciding to accompany him. He'd forgotten how tedious school was. And all in all Friday was shaping up to be what could be considered a normal, peaceful even, day at U. That really should have been his first clue. Hideki, you have to help me. I'm sore, wait, what do you dash? He forced himself to stutter uncertainly rather than follow his instincts and quickly shove the other into the nearest room, shut the door, and ever so quietly see how he should help. Get back here. That is disrespectful to all of the heroes and other students who have attended this great school. You can't just dash. Realizing the situation as he heard the class rep before he turned the corner, Hideki followed his new instincts and smoothly turned to the side, bringing the person clinging onto him with him, and shoved Denki Kaminari out the window. And, for those of you tired of windows, this was actually already written, but still not sorry. Besides, now that I realize what I'm doing, it's sort of like how Deku pointed out in the first training exercise how Bakugo always started with the same attack. Similarly, Deku has a first contingency plan. Hideki. Oh. Ida, what's up? Deku turned his head and shoulders to face the class representative from where he was casually half leaning out the window, arms resting on the frame, one side and leg leaning against the wall. Have you seen Kaminari pass by here recently? Kaminari? He's the blonde, right? With the black streak and electricity quirk. That is correct. Yeah, then it was really weird. I'm pretty sure I saw someone that could have been him run straight by, but I only really caught the uniform and hair. They were going pretty fast, like they were in a rush or something, excluding the whole electricity thing. He was heading down the hall. Did you get a better glimpse, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻? Not really, but that sounds about right, like a bat flying into hell's depths. Thank you very much. It seems I have more ground to cover than I thought. Ida took off racing once again and Hideki looked fully out the window. Omigo de migo de migado iga do mi god. The whispered mantra was repeated with wide eyes that stared at the drop below them as Kaminari clutched onto Hideki's wrists, Hideki doing the same with his own. The fall really wasn't that bad. They would live through it no problem. Do you think Dark Shadow would mind giving me a hand? Not at all. Together the three of them pulled Kaminari back through the window where he collapsed onto the ground, pulling Deku with him as he still griped his wrists against the wall. That was not what I meant by help. Well, what did you expect me to do? I needed to use my quirk in order to even come up with a plan that could hide you in less than 10 seconds. I mean, seriously, you'd think the police were after your head with how you were acting. What would the police do? Wouldn't it be the heroes? I don't know. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻 watched on as they argued before breaking in. Are you both okay? Of course, just surprised. All that was just so he could escape Ida. No. I just got thrown out a window. They spoke in unison only to glare and once more reply to each other as one. Okay, first off, you weren't thrown, it was pushed at worst, and it's not like I let go anyway, and second off, it's like 2, or maybe 3 stories. What do you mean just Ida is terrifying when he gets like that? The two gave each other disappointed looks before responding in tandem again. It's Ida. Yeah, 3 whole stories. Again, what is that even supposed to mean? You can survive that. He's so by the books he wouldn't hurt a fly unless given XPLCT permission. He'd lecture you at worst. Sure, I could, doesn't mean I want to or it won't hurt a whole lot. It's 2 stories, you won't even break anything. For hours. Ignore him. Don't put even in there. Who the heck just expects to break something? And counts that as a win. What do you think you're signing up for as a hero? You're basically a mercenary. How do you even ignore him? It's impossible. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻 looked thoughtful as they both paused again. This time only Hideki spoke. Okay, I'll concede you have a point on that last thing. Agree to disagree. Kaminari gave an overemphasized sigh. Fine, yeesh, though you're hardcore, dude. Deku laughed. Thanks, I think. It's a compliment, don't worry. Thanks then, you're pretty hardcore too. In the end it was the three of them that made their way over to the dorms, Deku mentally moving Kaminari to the steadily growing unlikely list and placing 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐽 on the uncertain. It sort of hurt doing that just as it did the other times, but he was pretty certain he had it almost narrowed down by now. No matter how much he wished he didn't, because they were still people and as far as he could tell they didn't want to hurt anyone. He hated this job. Had he mentioned that yet? Kaminari joined them on the journey to the dorms, keeping silence from falling with his dramatic and no doubt more than slightly exaggerated retelling on how he got Iida after him. This time, and deep down, Izuku felt the part of him that always wished for a quirk of his own rise again, because maybe then he wouldn't be all alone and he'd be here, with them, for real. Not just pretending, not as someone else. And not as completely alone and fake as he felt then. Because he knew now for certain, and didn't that just hurt? More than if he had fallen out the window or getting punched by All Might or burnt by Endeavor or anything else, he just knew that going to UA for real would have been worth it. For once he could definitely see himself being fully happy. He could see himself being at home here. Finding his calling? Or rather in this fictional reality, because the moment he imagined coming here with a quirk as himself it became fictional and he needed to remind himself of that, cultivating his calling and growing to become a hero worthy of being believed in here, in this place. It really hurt knowing how it was too late to dream of that anymore. It's so pretty. Can I touch it? Alas non, petite dame, I am quite sure your brother would be displeased if you were injured, oui. But it is quite marvelous. Like ma. Ares pouted, staring at the last glittering remnants of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐽's laser beam before her grin returned full force as she demanded, "Do it again. Please." "Bien sûr." Deku sighed, watching the two interact with some degree of sadness. All Might rested by his side as he had once more encouraged Deku to memorize using his quirk the information on cards as they were flashed to him almost too quickly to be seen, let alone read. That would make it so awkward when he found out that wasn't actually his quirk and he was spying for Principal 𝐻𝐿𝐻, since the principal hadn't seen fit to tell the other. No, of course he wasn't mad about that, just frustrated. "If you don't mind me asking, young Kobayashi, how did you get those scars on your arms?" Izuku mentally froze, unsure how to answer that. Did he lie? Was this All Might's way of saying he knew? Did he say the truth? "No, you idiot," Deku scolded himself internally. "Imagine that. Oh yeah, you thought I was a villain so you tried to kill me. Yeah. Don't worry though, it's not the first time. I mean, did you see what Mr. Number 2 did when he got the chance? And it won't be the last hecking time either, so it's all cool, rainbows and unicorns and murder and sunshine, and all that good stuff, you know. Young Kobayashi. You don't have to and dash, huh?" Hideki jerked his head sharply so he was facing All Might. I'm so sorry, I didn't hear what you just said. I get a bit spacey when I overuse my quirk to the point of headaches, you know. What were you saying?" All Might blinked and evidently decided his curiosity was not worth repeating the awkward question. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. If you're sure. What 𝐬𝐿𝐻 talking about?" Mina Ishido dropped down beside him, looking exhausted. He grinned sheepishly at her. "I actually have no idea. I was spacing out watching Ri and 𝐿𝐻𝐻 and apparently missed a whole conversation. Quirk drawbacks, you know." She laughed, both the number 1 hero and Hideki joining in the chuckles before silence fell once more. "So, Hideki, you seem to be taking really long breaks. What's up with that? I mean, not even 𝐿𝐻𝐻 has rested for as long as you." Hideki groaned, leaning his head back. "Well, it would look like that for you." "Huh." Ishido glanced over his comment, gaining All Might's attention as well. "Well, I'm not just memorizing the cards, I've been trying to see how long I can hold it too. For you this class has been going on for like an hour, but for me it seems like it's been for way over 20. And I've been counting each and every second of it. That's why I'm so tired and heady. Even if I haven't been moving around for it, I've been awake for over a day. I'm basically running on caffeine." The last part was most definitely true, he continued at their thoughtful silence. "I'm not used to using my quirks so much either outside of last-minute cramming for my classes, so it's definitely taking some adjusting." Ishido spoke over All Might's sputtering on unhealthy habits hypocritical much. Who was the one running around with a hole in them again? Izuku mentally cringed, scolding himself on his internal rudeness. The other was only looking out for him. "Wait a second. You use your quirk for studying. Well, yeah, lay out a bunch of review sheets on a table, pause the time and go over them as much as I need. I don't like using it that often though since like I said it's really tiring after a while. Deku knew he was going to regret that come finals, but it was worth it as he was sent back to the dorms, being reassured multiple times that they would all keep an eye out for Aries much to his displeasure. With a sigh he pulled out his work and a caffeinated drink from his quickly depleting stockpile and got started on his informant work. He had to update yet another file after all, and he'd promised to get a new batch of information out to 3 separate agencies, some of which was in several parts, as well as 5 small jobs from civilians. It's not like Deku could just magically disappear without attracting attention, and he wasn't going to stage a deal gone wrong or anything that would leave a mark on his sparkling record. He had some pride in his name. It was some time later when he heard approaching footsteps. Reflexively, he shoved the paperwork through a small slit to a hidden lining in the wallpaper by the walls of his dorm room. His phone was shut and slammed down on the covers as he collapsed back onto the bed, his breath automatically deepening, his mouth parting and eyes limply fluttering shut. 1 foot hung, shoe still tied on from the side of the bed, but he didn't have time to arrange anything to bet, brother. The door jerked open and Aries ran in bouncing onto his bed happily despite the protests of the student who hesitated by the doorway. With a groan, one hand sleepily rose, patting vaguely where her head was as he closed his eyes even more firmly. Go morning. It's not morning, we're having a movie night and you have to join us. Do I now? Amusement slunk into his groggy voice as he messed his hair up even more as he sat up, smiling gratefully at the redhead, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 who still stood by his door. Because then you can vote and then we can watch the fishy movie. She paused frowning in thought, and we need snacks too, none of them can cook anything decent. Hey, not cool little bro, then why haven't I seen any of you do more than heat stuff up? If milk looks bad and it smells bad, it shouldn't matter if the expiration date is 5 weeks away. I know better than to trust words over actions, trust your gut and observations over what others say and do. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 blinked. That was actually really deep for something about milk. Hideki got up pulling a spare blanket around his shoulders like a cape and sliding his shoes off. I'm going to change into something more comfortable, you guys go on, it's in the common room, right? Yep, Rikido is baking snacks and Momo and Kyoko went out a while ago to buy some snacks too. Interesting. Okay, I guess it falls to me that we have something other than empty calories to eat then. Hideki smiled fondly at them. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟 laughed sheepishly while 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐴's grin widened. Hey, since you're making something you know that. It was nice here. Deku ended up not sleeping at all that day, staying up throughout the movie and then, after everyone else but himself and 𝗀𝗏𝐾𝐮𝐻 had fallen asleep where they had been huddled with each other and in piles of blankets and pillows, Hideki rose gathering up the used dishes and emptying the uneaten food into sealed containers which he then put away in the pantry or refrigerator. He then set about getting a few simple and healthy breakfast foods together that wouldn't require any noise on his part setting them out. He'd finish preparation later on, and took for himself another cup of hot cocoa. He smiled at 𝗀𝗏𝐾𝐮𝐻 as he re-entered the room, receiving a nod in return. Quietly he settled back down to watch the next film in the series, lowering the volume while he was at it. It didn't take too many more hours until he was the only one left awake, 𝗀𝗏𝐾𝐮𝐻 drifting off despite dark shadows continued pestering. Deku helped himself to another cup of hot cocoa and started a new series once he reached the end of that one. He never slept well in groups, especially those which he knew were also spies, but he wasn't going to leave Eri by herself, and it's not like he could do any of his actual work with other people around. So watching a cheesy detective show and drinking now cold hot chocolate it was. He took a sip, grimacing as he realized it was the one Bakugo had dumped what seemed like a whole cup full of a hot sauce substitute powder into. He sighed, swirling the probably toxic concoction around his mouth for a moment before letting the liquid slid down his throat. Quietly judging them, he watched the idiotic characters focus more on in-house politics and romance than the far too obvious culprit. He took a large gulp of the cursed mixture, a few more finishing the large mug that he had filled near brimming with the liquid. Idiots! As morning rose and he heard the first of his classmates begin to stir as the sun filtered past the windows, clearly someone forgot to draw the curtains. With a sigh, he stood up and padded over to the kitchen and began the final preparations for breakfast. As he finished up and set out eggs, sausage, bacon, oatmeal, and stacks of whole wheat pancakes, they had had more than enough sugary stuff already. The very existence of those pancakes was a concession in itself. He didn't care about what 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had to say about the sanctity of pancakes. He wasn't even here, and what he didn't know. People started drifting into the kitchen, helping themselves to the milk and juices that already waited on the table. Ida, now on his second cup of coffee that he for some godforsaken reason had been mixed with orange juice, took up the prerogative, thanking him. "Thank you very much, Hideki, it is very thoughtful. I know, when we moved into the dorms, I didn't think I'd be able to have any home-cooked food at all, Ribbit. It was very thoughtful of you." "Oh, it's no 𝐴𝐻𝐻, joined in. "No, really, thanks a bunch." "Yeah, thanks Mom." Kirishima joined in, speaking through a yawn as he tiredly stumbled into the kitchen, rubbing his eyes, lured in no doubt by the smell of the newest batch of bacon that was being cooked. It is truly thoughtful, a dazzling act of kindness, although not as dazzling as moi." Hideki froze, as did the others besides Aoyama, who seemed to see nothing strange with the comment at all. As the words caught up to him, even Kirishima seemed to snap out of it, his hand freezing as it moved to shove in another piece of bacon. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, man dash. He is kinda the mom of class 1A, isn't he?" Ishido interrupted, laughing. "You're right, Ribbit. I mean, he makes sure we eat healthily and cooks meals. And he makes sure the common room is at least semi-clean too. He does remind me to take a break sometimes from training and to drink plenty of liquids too." "You guys are totally right. That's so manly of you, by the way. You are the one who said it." "Oh shoot, you're right. I'm so sorry about that, Hideki." "It's fine." "The bacon." Hideki laughed, waving the comment off as he hurriedly returned to the bacon before it got too burnt and crispy. As he would soon find out, the nickname would quickly stick and he became 1A's class mom. He didn't mind all that much. Except for the growing voice in his head screaming at him that he was just setting them up for betrayal. That he was a villain. A useless Deku, only good for ratting people out. He had picked that name for a reason. He shoved the dark voice even further down and pushed his smile to be even brighter. Jean was right, he really did need a break. Time flew, it seemed, for class 1A minus Hideki, and then the sports festival was upon them and he still hadn't found all of the spies in 1A, much less the whole first year. He'd only managed to sneak off a few times too. Hagakure was a great help with that, and didn't that make his upcoming betrayal more painful playing scout so he didn't run into any teachers. Sure, he could have avoided them easily without help, but this way he was prevented from answering awkward questions regarding his abilities by his classmates. Aries had seemingly won the hearts of all of his classmates and she would chatter nonstop at those she really got attached to, Kirishima and Uraraka especially. "Let's all do our best, everyone." The whole class shivered, flinching away from Uraraka and the intensity of her determined encouragement. Aries just smiled, kicking her legs happily from where she perched on a desk. "You've got this, Ochako. You'll be all pow." "Hiya." Aries mimed punches and kicks from where she sat perched on a desk, causing Kirishima to grin. He had been the one to introduce her to comics when he found out how much she liked watching hero shows with Hideki. Their room was now littered with the thin books and a few posters were taped to the walls with her drawings. "You got it. She's going to kick butt out there, but isn't she a little bit scary?" Kirishima whispered the last part semi-jokingly to her. "No. Hideki wouldn't let anyone hurt me, and when he tries he can be much scarier." Kirishima tried to match up the image of scary with the cheery, gray and red-haired boy that tended to take care of the whole class like a mother, even as he seemed to forget basic care for himself, although he hid it well. "Really? I can't quite picture it." "Then remember, Hideki has gray hair with red and white swirls." Aries grinned, nodding. Really? I can't really see it." Aries giggled at his conclusion, patting his head like he was a puppy before running off to Hideki. Brother, I made you a good luck charm. Wear it on you always, okay?" "For me?" "Oh, thank you, Bree. I'm sure I'll do really good now." Hideki slid the brightly sparkling, hot and dark pink necklace on over top his uniform before picking her up and swinging her around through the air, You're going to be rooting for me, right? But. And Lou and the others said they'll be rooting for you too, so to put on a good show, K. You got it. Izuku felt his grin widen even further, and as if on cue Eraserhead was entering the room, they had all gathered in declaring that finally it was time to head out to the field. Remember to stick with Aizawa-sensei and be good, okay? Izuku hugged Eri tightly once more before he left. Aye, Captain. He gave her one more last hug before they parted ways. He wouldn't admit that he was mildly nervous despite this not defining his future like it did for the other students. Alright, you guys got this. Just do your best, and I'm sure all the heroes watching will notice how great you guys will be. Come on, Hideki, don't be like that, you've got this too. Hideki stumbled as someone leaped onto him. He grinned teasingly at Uraraka, who had snapped out of her determined state and now hung onto his shoulders, her feet kicked up and off the ground. Of course I do, that part went without saying. Hey. Not cool, I was trying to be encouraging. The worried tension that had been steadily mounting since they had stepped out into view on the wide field broke, and the class relaxed, laughing much easier than before as the stress brought by the sports festival fell apart into excited anticipation. They would do fine, they had faced far worse after all. This would have nothing on the USJ. In what felt like seconds the speeches were concluded, he gently slapped the back of Bakugo's head, scolding for his rudeness, which started yet another argument. This one with Bakugo yelling at him and him calmly retorting with more than a little snarkiness hidden within his words. Hideki was off like a shot when start was called, a small hop mid-step allowing him to dodge the ice Todoroki had sent off, sliding into another larger jump. He began using the walls that were meant to cage them in as a springboard to launch himself over the pack of frozen, captured students, landing on one of the frozen robots and getting a good view of the obstacle course. He ripped off a panel as it collapsed, leaping off and slinging it over his back as he ran. When he reached the ropes, he picked his pace up some to better keep his balance better as he ran flat across them, having to change to swinging from the thick ropes when another contestant tried to knock him off, or rather, using his attacker as a springboard to get past the midway point and halfway across the next set of ropes, which he then grabbed onto. By the time he was at the minefield, he was mere feet behind Todoroki Ida, who apparently took his advice to pace himself and practice running without his engines too, and Bakugo. Ashido, Momo, and some of the other 1A members weren't too far behind them, also in the front of the UA pack. He couldn't be prouder. Putting the finishing touches down for his plan, he took a running jump, sending himself flying, powered by the minefields, past the 3 previously lead students, and with a second touchdown out of the minefield. Rolling and landing upright, he took off at a run, scoring first place to a mix of shocked silence and a few uncertain cheers. He held the good luck charm up from where it dangled on his neck, holding it above his heart for a second after he lowered it before he dropped it so it rested on top of his uniform once more. As it turned out, as he had been calling him while undercover, Lou, and the others would be getting their show. He wouldn't admit it, but he was having fun. Sadly, while the cavalry battle would have opened up new opportunities to get an idea of the loyalties of those outside of his class, the points being in first place had awarded him made that difficult. He could just hear Jin's laughter. As people grouped up around him, he was overlooked, but soon gathered Uraraka, just Ochako's fine 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, and a mildly psychotic girl from the support class made up his team, and they created their strategy, used the points as a lure, so while they dodged using Uraraka's ability and Mei's quite frankly brilliant gadgets, Dark Shadow would snatch their attackers' headbands while Hideki kept alert with his quirk to protect their original headband. With the stolen headbands they could, hopefully, hide the first one amongst the new. In the very end of the event, Team Todoroki managed to grab one of their higher-pointed stolen headbands, but they were able to keep the first 10 million point one, placing them in a strong first. The crowd applauded without hesitation this time, Mei waving enthusiastically while advertising her babies, Ochako and Hideki soon joining her in the waving part, all of their small team wearing big smiles on their face from the thrill and adrenaline. Hideki was quick to make his way off the field, quickly hurrying towards Ares only to be stopped by Todoroki cornering him in an empty passage. Tell me, Hideki felt his back press closer to the wall he had been shoved rather harshly, rude much against, an arm now blocking his escape. Izuku didn't even bother keeping the nervousness out of his face as the other leaned even nearer to where he was pinned. All he could think was, he found out, he knows, and I don't even know how he'll react. I don't have enough information and he knows. Realizing how long he had stood there staring, he purposefully stuttered out the best response he could find. Yes. What is this about? Answer me, and don't even think about lying. Are you blackmailing All Might? His relief must have been visible. That wasn't necessarily bad though. He could work with that slip-up. Well, wait a moment. You think I don't even know you know what? Absolutely. A first-year transfer student with no prior link to All Might, somehow discovered his top secret, one which he would do anything to protect, and decided to blackmail him. Never mind that he can crush me with his bloody pinky. But hey, why stop there? You know what? I'm also blackmailing your father. Eraserhead, and let me think, and present Mike, Snipe, you know what? Why not? I'm blackmailing Principal 𝐻𝐿 too. Heck, I hold the reins of over half the pro heroes in the world, and all the ones of any importance in my evil quest to. I don't know, take over the world just sounds so cliché after all that lead up, doesn't it? Let's just say I said something really cool there. Now, I'm just going to go back to to hanging All Might's secret second life as a failing ballet dancer over his head. Cool. He slipped under the arm, making it a few steps before turning around. But, what I mean to say, seriously though, Todoroki, if you need help or a safe place to rest or an ear to listen or anything really, I'm willing to help. You're not alone. He slipped off. He turned the corner and 𝐻𝐿 announced her presence. You don't actually have that much blackmail, do you? 'Cause that would be super useful. You think I'd be here if I did? He absolutely did. If he ever wanted to use it, he could. You'd be surprised at what some of the heroes did in their free time. Stress of the job. Yes. He'd been scarred for life multiple times no matter the reason. He wasn't talking though, and often used other knowledge he held to prevent others from blackmailing any of the actually decent human beings that were also heroes with their various pastimes, so that was probably what counted. The heroes just used annoying and persistent recruitment methods, at least they did in his eyes. Worth a shot. Yep, one can always dream. Where are you going anyway? Isn't this to the announcer's booth? Well, yeah, I need to pick Ri up. If Lou is here and I manage to run into my group, then she can hopefully wander around the festival before my fight. 𝐻𝐿 cooed at him, and the breaking part in him grew just slightly more. Brother! Eri came charging towards them. He forced his smile wider. So how was it? You were amazing. Like first you were all. Aries began her enthusiastic retelling of his actions before moving on to the other competitors she found interesting as they wandered through the festival, giving her own quickly improving analysis of the quirks and styles of anybody she found interesting. Hey, 𝐻𝐿, he called as she split off from them. Remind everyone to be sure they eat something and refuel if you see them, okay? You got it. With a grin he turned back around, Aries on his shoulders, taking a step forward. Oof. Facing meeting you here, boss, or should I say, running into you here. Deku gave Katsuo his best deadpan. Fine, be that way. You were brilliant though, wasn't he, Aries? Aha. Izuku smiles, shaking his head fondly. So how many of you guys came? Well, you know Lou and crowds, right? So they did think ahead about how their knowing him could affect his cover, so really it's just me. Come on, you need to eat something before the next round, and they transferred air to their own shoulders before shamelessly picking him up in a princess carry. You need to rest those muscles of yours too, got it? Are you really even trying anymore? Katsuo winked at him. Maybe I realized you let yourself get caught only when it's too easy to get caught. Now just let yourself be carried until I start putting you down again, won't you? Izuku groaned, closing his eyes as he felt himself go limp against the brown and blue-haired man's chest. That's better. All right, Aries, lead on to the glorious candy apples. Right? They should be by the food booths, so straightforward, and then take a left. Got it, soldier. Alert me when it is time to take the left or you catch sight of the objective. Sir, yes, sir, onwards. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 jogged forward, careful not to jostle either one of his passengers too much as he easily weaved his way through the crowd following Air's directions, both very much determined to find the caramel apples and an assortment of other sweets too. Izuku found the slight rocking pulling him towards sleep as he had stayed up going over all the intel he had gained from his latest visit with 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 instead of sleeping. It wasn't long before the break began to reach its end and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, as they had elected to let Deku sleep, dropped Aries off with a few wrapped-up candied apples and snacks in a bag back at the announcing booth door before turning and heading towards the participants' area to return Hideki as well. Izuku blinked sleep from his eyes as he felt 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐴's compulsion release its grip on him before his feet hit the floor, although he felt he was still being supported by someone. "Come on, wakey and all that, you hear me?" "Yes, I know." "Then let's see you be wide awake, got it?" Hideki felt the last grips of sleep get yanked ruthlessly away from him. He pouted at 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐴. "Oh come on, did you really have to do that?" 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐴 grinned right on back. "It was my civic duty, don't you think? Either way, good luck out there, do your best and all that." "You got it," 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐴 waved as Hideki turned to leave. "See you around then, boss, bro. Not if I see you first." "Don't you literally ran into me. Who do? Of course I'll see you first." Deku snickered as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐴 tried to keep himself from asking questions and catching Deku again, therefore preventing him from leaving. "See you then." "You got it." Both turned heading towards their seat for the next portion of the sports festival. "You know, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐴, what your quirk is doesn't really matter. With a spirit like yours, you'll be a great hero if it's what you choose. Because in the end that is what determines a person's fate. Their choices, although your quirk will definitely make your path from here much easier." 𝐶INSO stared up warily at the offered hand. Both he and the weird kid with gray and red hair were beaten up from the fight, 𝐶INSO noticeably more so and out of breath as well. "It's a form of response-based brainwashing, right? I mean that's a super easy method to catch criminals or help people without having to resort to violence. With some effort you'd be a super underground hero, one of the best, although you could probably be great at it no matter the type of hero you choose to be." Cautiously 𝐶INSO spoke up, unsure whether or not the other, Kobayashi High, something he thought, would mind since they knew what his quirk was. How did you figure it out? I mean you obviously knew from the beginning since you spoke first and then kept quiet." "Oh, my little sister was watching the obstacle thingy and the cavalry battles. She really liked your quirk and I have a friend whose quirk is pretty similar so it wasn't too difficult to figure out. That reminds me." He quickly held up his lucky charm that Eri had made for him, resting it above his heart before letting it fall back again. "Sorry, I promised her I'd wear it throughout the competition and she's going to hold me to it." "Well, are you just going to sit there?" He waved his once more extended hand and 𝐶INSO, slowly, accepted it, pulling himself up. "Thanks." "No problem, 𝐶INSO, right?" "Yep." He froze, not completely sure if he had the other's name right, but also hesitant to ask anything. "It's Kobayashi Hideki, you can call me Hideki if you like." "Oh, or did you want to ask something different?" "I don't mind." "You're not afraid of me brainwashing you?" "Why would I? From what I can tell you have a good grip on your powers. Besides, even if you did on accident or something, I don't mind, I trust you. Plus, like I said, I have a friend with a really similar quirk, although he doesn't have all that great control of it. But anyway, whenever he catches me he just tells me to do something stupid and it wears off eventually. I mean nothing that I'd actually mind doing, just little things like flicking a piece of trash at one of our other friends or eating these awful wasabi cookies he carries around like the secret SDST he is." Hideki offered him one more grin as he cut off his rambling before turning around. "Oh, we should probably clear the field. Sorry about rambling so much. I think it runs in the family or something. Whenever my sister and I really get talking it's just a tidal wave of words. I try my best to moderate it, but I think I'm a bit nervous with the sports festival and all. Besides, I'm sure your class will want to celebrate. You did really good. I'll see you around though." And just like that Hideki left with a wave, heading back to his stands. Izuku paused at the tunnel's entrance. He'd somehow been restarting his habit of rambling while he was at UA, and that sort of annoyed him considering how hard he'd worked to get rid of that when he first started as an information broker. He had still been working on it, for crying out loud. At this rate he would never be able to rid himself of the habit. He sighed, heading to the stands. What could he do? As it happened, nothing at the moment. Deku found himself staring at his third opponent in the tournament, having won against Todoroki by a slim margin in the last one even after encouraging him to use his other half and succeeding, but now he faced a somewhat tough decision. Did he, having reached the top few and proved his strength, subtly throw the match and let Ida win? Or did he keep going so that he at least was in one of the ranked places? Or would that make him too intimidating or seem off? After all, technically his quirk wasn't considered all that great, he shouldn't be able to do more than plan using the time. But a few seconds of rational decision-making went a long ways in a battle, as anyone with real experience could tell you. Besides, he was skeptical about the league. They didn't have a proper public relations department still, or at least they didn't have one with any skill whatsoever, and that was bugging him. PR was important. So really, with an oversight, how good could their recruiting group be? Did they lack one of those too? The more he thought about it, they probably did lack one. He knew at least in recent months they had outsourced recruitment and gathering the necessary tools to a well-known under-the-table supplier. But his mind was wandering again. Thinking quickly on which option to choose as Ida made another move towards him, he dodged to the side again, throwing Ida to the ground as he moved. With his official quirk, they were a bad matchup as he would be able to see them coming and negate the advantage the other was given with their speed. Plus there was the general ed kid to take into account. If he placed it would improve where the other stood in the pro's eyes, and he would just seem to have suffered an unlucky matchup, because really, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 would make a great non-spy addition to 1A. And he was fairly confident that the purple-haired kid wasn't a spy. With the way things were going, they'd need a few more of those. His suspect list was longer than he was comfortable with. Hideki saw from the corner of his eyes Katsuo answer his phone. He'd taken the time to search him out from the crowd after the second match, and that basically decided things for him. It would take too long to properly throw the match. He started backing up as he dodged, occasionally stumbling as he was overwhelmed. Once in place, he visibly braced himself when he had a moment of respite and, taking the next opening, he slid to the side in a perfectly smooth dodge, tripping Ida out of the arena with a leg as he went. After a few rushed congratulations and being a good winner, he was off, with a muttered excuse heading towards Katsuo. "We've got a bloody problem." "What do you mean?" "You know how Lou is. I'm not sure what to do though, and neither is Z. It's, well, nothing too bad, but I don't." "Don't worry, I've got this. Can I see?" Katsuo wordlessly handed him the phone, and after glancing over everything that was written there, Katsuo had typed out a horribly vague explanation. He nodded. "Just get them to relax. It's a stress thing, you know. Maybe talk them into a nap. Then just get rid of any dash." He paused to contemplate his next words. He couldn't say stains, or it would mean he was suggesting they kill the vigilante, but at the same time that was their usual code word in this situation. A dangerous glint appeared in Katsuo's eyes. "Stains." He answered easily, "You know what I mean." "Okay, the usual I guess. Continue please." Deku smiled half-heartedly as he was free once more. "Then just make sure they're all nice and comfortable and separated from whatever caused the issue. I'll make sure I'm there as soon as I can, okay?" "Got it, don't dash." They let out a growl of frustration, and Deku gently pressed the phone back into their hand, once it was secure, pulling them into a hug. "Hey, I know, deep breaths now. You'll run yourself into the ground trying to manage everything. You're doing great. I've got you. It won't be for much longer." Inside, Deku could feel themselves falling, crumbling apart. He wasn't completely sure what happened, but if something happened to Jean. He hugged them tighter. "I know, thanks." They pulled back. "We'll all be waiting then." "Okay, get ready then, I'll be waiting." Cheers signaled the end of the next match, and Hideki sprinted so the final match could begin as soon as possible. He'd be gone as soon as he threw this one. The mission, if he ever had to choose, came second. Hideki explained with tearful red eyes that an emergency had come up and he forfeited. He turned to Bakugo, who looked ready to blow his last remaining fuse, and bowed deeply. "I give you my word, I am not running away. We'll finish this another time, but I cannot put this before the emergency that came up. Even if I failed the whole festival, becoming a hero is still a possibility, but even if this was not the case, becoming a hero will always come second for me. I admire your dedication and, well, I am deeply sorry and hope you're willing to spar me another time instead." He turned and ran again, unable and unwilling to disguise the raw worry that showed on his face. Even knowing that it was being projected to the whole world, he didn't care. He prayed wordlessly to whoever was out there that nothing went horribly wrong, that he was prepared for this, that he wouldn't be unable to do anything. He was now playing a very dangerous game. More so than usual, in fact he'd even go so far as to compare it to this, his adventure into the depths of 𝐻𝐿𝐴. That was. He really hoped this was the limit of stupid things he ended up getting into. He only had ever wanted to help people. How did he end up here? This can't be. I just dash. He turned to Katsuo accusingly. You weren't kidding. You thought I was kidding. Well, no, yes. Maybe. But that code word's actual meaning was mostly a joke. I thought you just meant it was a major problem, not an actual code, bloody problem. Deku paced a bit, running his hands through his hair. Someone tried to eat 𝐻𝐿𝐴. Someone actually, like literally, tried to eat 𝐻𝐿𝐴. Oh my gosh, I need a moment. Well, to be fair, it was a quirk thing and they didn't try to eat him. Right, they just tried to consume his BLD. Of course, that's totally not eating him in any form. What are we supposed to do with a dying vigilante? What do you even do with a living one? Izuku gestured vaguely at where 𝐀𝐮𝐿𝐴 lay on a bed, paralyzed from the poison that now courses through his system, and tried not to think of the actual problem that had unbalanced him. He could focus on accidentally kidnapping a wanted vigilante. He could not focus on the possibility of. It was mostly bad luck that of all the beings who could have been passing by that 𝐀𝐮𝐿 ran across it was Tanaka 𝐻𝐿𝐴. 𝐻𝐿𝐴, whose quirk seemed like a natural counter towards the vigilante's poisonous BLD. Well, not just his BLD, but that was the part of his quirk that mattered at the moment and the only part that was registered with the government if they were being honest. The problem was that 𝐀𝐮𝐿's quirk also took effect, and now both 𝐻𝐿𝐴 and 𝐀𝐮 were out for the count. 𝐀𝐮 suffering from the poison in 𝐻𝐿𝐴's BLD, 𝐻𝐿𝐴 inexplicably still paralyzed by 𝐀𝐮's quirk. But they weren't talking about that. Katsuo's eyes slid towards the spot next to Izuku that was empty. You know, I'd have thought you'd be more worried about how we kidnapped a hero agency. A whole hero agency. Not just the hero or their sidekick, all 5 of the on-duty members. Well, yeah, of course that's not a bad situation. We saw 𝐀𝐮 about to maim one of them and we distracted long enough to get them to safety, but no one was at their hero agency, so we took them here to rest. Who sends out the whole agency anyway? An open and shut explanation. Anyway, it's a better situation than just taking part of the agency since it kinda buys us more time. Time for what? Planning our course of action out, of course. Now, I'm calm, I have a plan, I just need a few final pieces. He paused. You can call them in, you know. He kept pretending everything was going to be fine, just like he was pretending to be calm. Like pretending 𝐻𝐿𝐴 was just busy. He had to manage the bar himself after all. I'm not calm yet. You know what, neither am I, but there's not exactly anything we can do. We need to act immediately, and a bit of panic can make it work even better. Got it. You really think you have a plan? Deku found himself forced to answer honestly as he was still under the effects from the previous question, not a good or a whole one. Katsuo let out a disparaging half-scream through sealed lips at his answer as he pushed himself up and went to open up the door to call the others in from whatever tasks Deku had set for them to work on in the meantime. It wasn't all that long, despite how busy he was being kept, before Deku found himself once more in the out-of-the-way room where 𝐀𝐮 lay still unable to move. Quite a few years ago, with some experimentation, they had found something to help negate the effects of 𝐻𝐿𝐴's BLD, but it still took time and there were sometimes unpredictable side effects that needed to be worked out, so it could hardly be called a cure. All the same, it was the best option, and so now 𝐀𝐮 was stuck suffering through the detox program. It didn't matter, he was a vigilante turned murderer. In this, Deku almost pitied him. He always did sympathize with others too easily. He found himself once more ignoring the growing panic. Once more ignoring the actual issue. He had prided himself on being able to focus on the most pressing issue, yet here he was unable to think about it, unable to even look. He ruffled up his once again green hair nervously. He couldn't have planned for this. It would be impossible to. That 𝐻𝐿𝐴 and Suzy would run into the famed hero killer was a long shot. That Kurohige would contact 𝐻𝐿𝐴 about worrying for a few kids, sticking their noses into business they didn't understand nor belong in was not as surprising, but all the same unanticipated, and that he would bring them in today of all days was simply poor timing. To add on top of that Suzy kidnapping Stain's victims to a house that now held 3 rather recognizable villains and then adding Stain to the mix. It was a madhouse. But that wasn't the worst part. That wasn't the part he couldn't shove aside in his mind no matter the current delicate position. Deku directed his eyes to a darkened part of the room where a second form lay unmoving. Deku's eyes flinched away as he felt the hopelessness crash over him again, even with his efforts to push it back. It was best not to focus on that yet. He should be waking soon. He had to. It had been a calculated risk, he was sure, that 𝐀𝐮 had taken to let Stain ingest some of his BLD, as 𝐀𝐮 had known it would put the other completely out of commission. But the quirk's time limit was based on BLD types. And 𝐀𝐮's BLD wasn't a normal BLD type, his quirk having changed his whole body to operate according to a different set of laws. The issue was 8 minutes had come and gone already, and yet 𝐀𝐮 remained frozen by the quirk. And Deku was drowning under it. Deep down something was destroying him, and he knew there was nothing he could do at the moment without risking the other's safety, but he also knew that if 𝐀𝐮 died here, like this, with him being so helpless to do anything at all to help, it would kill him. He sighed, pressing the despair down again. He had plans and backup plans formulating inside his head on how to get 𝐀𝐮 back up and moving. He had enacted a few already and was waiting for the current to show if it would bear results. He should prepare for the next one all the same. He just needed to finish clearing out the hero agency and move the ragtag group of villains to another safe location. As if on schedule, a knock came at the door, and then 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 slid the door open, revealing yet another piece of craziness to add to the day. Did he say 3 recognizable villains besides Stain? Well, it was for now. He flinched again away from where 𝐀𝐮 lay motionless after giving 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 the new steps to follow to properly adjust the plan to allow for the new factors. They would have to switch to a different plan for now until the others could be let in on the information. When it rains it pours. Right? On shaking legs, he forced himself to move, walking haltingly over to where 𝐀𝐮 lay as he had when he first entered, before he had retreated to stand awkwardly in front of the door. Gently he reached out with a shaking hand, tapping the other's forehead with the back of his nail like 𝐀𝐮 had done to him in the hospital, and tucking a small pocket notebook beneath his pillow. Without another glance, he swept out once more, retreating and locking the door behind him. Deku wasn't entirely sure the knowledge had sunk in for him yet. It all seemed so surreal. But 𝐀𝐮 would be safe there, and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had already set up plenty of monitors to keep an eye on �ჯIN's state while away. Of course, the knowledge didn't help all that much. It was going on the 2nd hour since 𝐽n had been like that. He didn't know what to do for what seemed like a first in a long while. There was nothing he could do. According to what they had been able to find out, 𝐽n would stay like that until his quirk stopped working on Stain. 𝐽n's BLD wasn't a traditional poison. It was his quirk after all, Eldritch. When his quirk manifested, 𝐽n himself transformed from his fairly average, although short, appearance to a roughly 7-foot-tall being. He quickly found that his joints no longer moved as they were supposed, instead being able to rotate any which way, albeit with a shiver-inducing racking noise. With any strong emotion, a crusty, oil-like liquid would seep from beneath his eyes as if from a cut. He noticed his hair had become limp and scraggly, his fingers like long thin needles tied together, and his change of appetite. Even quicker, he found that when looked into directly, his eyes had a chance of inspiring terror like they had never before felt in others. The moment they looked away, they would only remember a prickle of unease from that moment, to the worry of any witnesses, or at most a small tinge of fear and wrongness. It took him a long time, however, before he discovered his BLD, thick and glittering black as pitch though it was, also seemed to pause time for however came in contact with it. Slowly it would trap them in the moment, twisting and warping it into increasingly horrific scenes until they died. It wasn't until after 𝐾𝐮 had found out that a detox for it had been created, but even still it took time, and they didn't even know how long that would be since it varied. 𝐽n would be okay though, eventually. Hopefully. And he was adjusting to the situation already. It was just a waiting game at this point. Even still, he might just see if he could get in contact with the one doctor he knew, despite how difficult they were to track down. As an extra precaution, Deku stood before 𝐻𝐻𝐿's desk, in UA for the last time as a student. In one hand he held a plain folder stuffed full of papers, photographs, reports, and other pieces of information with little brightly colored sticky notes annotating a clear path through the madness in dark blue ink. He had made it confusing on purpose in what would seem a slightly spiteful, but in the end cooperative move, as would be expected of him seeing as he had been somewhat forced into the role of spy. Eri was the one who had wrote out the sticky notes. It worked out pretty well for them as it would direct the heroes through the information in a way that would, hopefully, end well for their plan and make things difficult for them to act against those named. In his other hand he held a small flash drive that swung lazily from the chain he was dangling it on by his finger. He offered the folder out. As promised, a list of everyone I could find with provable ties to the League in Class 1A as well as a bonus, their roles and reasons for joining. I have the proof, of course, to back these claims with me as well, which is here in this flash drive and this folder with the names. That was the part 1 agreed to with the promise of considering to continue my work with you at the end. I have considered but, I'm afraid I must decline. 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴 twitched, mildly surprised, but also having expected this ever since the sports festival. As you might have figured out by now, I have more pressing matters to attend to at the moment. I can assure you, however, there is at least one more spy in 1A that no one on that list knows about. They were probably kept secret as a fail-safe along other reasons. He paused, collecting his thoughts. Oh, and re-added her own work in there as well as an extra. He had been particularly proud of that, having most of the mornings to herself and hearing some of the older girls complain when they thought she couldn't hear she had taken initiative. It hadn't been very difficult. In fact, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 had made it very easy for her to gather evidence. The older girls had unknowingly made it more difficult than he had as they even subjected themselves to his attentions to keep him from her. 3 past suspensions for improper conduct, photos of his continued harassment and improper behavior at UA. He was as good as expelled. Deku would publish it all himself, naturally, if UA didn't take action. Principal 𝐻𝐿𝐼 sighed, eyeing Deku over his cup of tea. The boy had not been faring well since the sports festival. His eyes, which had held small smudges under them signaling a light sleep depreciation, were now weighed down by dark bags that instead spoke of mere minutes of sleep since then. The hair he could see beneath the hood hung limply, and although the clothes were clean they showed all the subtle signs of being put on in a rush. Of course, it's not as if he had looked much better before coming to UA. Although he was more presentable, he had still shown signs of forgetting to eat and not sleeping as much as he should, but he definitely seemed more tired than before now. If anything, his time at UA had been good for him. I don't suppose there is any way I can convince you to continue your work here. No, like I said, I have more pressing matters to deal with. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 sighed again. He had at least needed to try to keep him around. He had done in weeks what they had struggled with for years. He always struggled with spies and villains in their campus despite having the extensive background checks on everyone from faculty to students and state of the art security even before the League of Villains got involved. Deku's quirk really was amazing, it seemed. Maybe he should try again later. Very well, please don't hesitate if you reconsider. At the very least you could make a fine staff member. Thank you, but like I said before, I'm not a hero, and besides they don't tend to like me. Footsteps sounded outside the door before it loudly burst open, revealing Present Mike and a more nervous All Might in his smaller form a few steps behind him. Quietly Deku pulled his hood up a bit further so it covered his hair all the way, trusting the 3/4 mask to hide the rest of his face. He was more than a bit thankful that the horns curved backwards as they were easily hidden by the hood and his hair. He still looked like his identity, Hideki, despite coming here in the capacity of Deku. He hadn't had much choice in the end as the disguise was made using a quirk and the 2 people who would be able to nullify it were currently busy. He wouldn't want to bother them more than he had already, considering how long his plan had taken for how to deal with the heroes that had accidentally been kidnapped and then the villains who they were trying to save. He tucked in a stray strand of hair, mildly regretting the noticeably bright coloring that had been chosen at the time at Eri's suggestion to try and put the students at ease a bit. While pretty and not horribly uncommon, it was still kind of ridiculous. He knew that wasn't her reason for choosing it, but it was the one she'd used to convince him to agree. Quite frankly, he'd have agreed even if she'd said neon yellow, green, and purple swirls. The looks of the appearance didn't matter too much as long as they distracted from his unchanged features. Principal 𝐻𝐿𝐼. Oh, hey there, little listener. You seemed in a bit of a hurry last I saw you. Are you all right? Obviously present Mike had recognized him as either the informant or student, or both, as Eraserhead might have told him they were the same. He wouldn't have been surprised if present Mike had started to catch on or if he had noticed something. After all, present Mike for one already knew both him and Air well enough, and for two was good at reading people. All Might turned to present Mink in confusion. You know this young man? Well yeah. It's Democrat Ohio. Mike cut himself off as Deku reached a hand up to pat his hood right where the horn was. The motion was made natural enough that most wouldn't look twice, but it also showed off the horn that was hidden by the hood just enough that present Mike would notice, but All Might, whose view was still somewhat blocked from where he stood behind the other, would not. Seeing none of the heroes were making any moves to carry the conversation along so he could finally leave, Deku dryly asked, "Was there a reason you burst in here?" "Oh, that's right. There's an attack from the League of Villains in Hosu." Deku felt his eyes widen. Shoot, that's today. They started a bit earlier than expected. I thought I had another 20 or so minutes. This wasn't good. Turning back to 𝐻𝐿𝐿, he practically threw the folder down onto the middle of the desk, the flash drive firmly placed on top. As I was saying, there's my side of the deal. I'll be in contact for the 2 favors and you can send the money to my account. We both know you have the details on your computer. Don't try it. Now I really must be heading out because it seems that the week of both specific and vague warnings and all of the preparations and the increase in patrols that I, and several others, suggested were ignored. Well, like you said, such a appealing, trusting and happy symbiotic relation going on over there between informants and heroes, right? The police at least listened, although when the heroes didn't, that lessened in leaps and bounds. But hey, it's going great, just great. Why did I even bother wasting my time? Deku took off out the door as he growled out the last few sentences. All Might reached out as if to stop him as he raced past, muttering under his breath as he hurriedly began dialing away on his phone. Wait dash. Deku didn't even seem to notice. He doesn't seem like he's doing too great. Present Mick's voice was, for once, at an almost normal volume, and he too looked after where the teen had run off down the hall. It seemed UA had not been helpful for the informant. He seemed much more tired and bitter than before. No, I dare say it has something to do with 𝐮𝐿𝐿's recent disappearance though. What dash? Yes, it's interesting. 𝐮𝐿𝐿's attack on Iida and his agency was interrupted at almost the exact same time as when Deku ran off from the sports festival, and he's been busy ever since. I currently suspect that the gray-haired man, Tanaka I believe was what you called him, that you told me about has something to do with it. Principal 𝐻𝐿𝐿 dug out a file from the row of cabinets behind him and held out a single sheet of paper filled with Tanaka-Jin's quirk registration information. The man present Mike recognized from Deku's hospital room stared tiredly towards the camera, his eyes, while not covered by the sunglasses, oddly blurred in the image. Quirk, acid BLD, which would make for a strong counter to what we have theorized 𝐮𝐿𝐿's quirk is. Oh. So what does that have to do with Deku? Well, simple. If Tanaka got involved in something, Deku wouldn't hesitate to give a hand. After all, they seemed like they were friends or at least knew each other well and got along, trusting each other, from what you said. The real question is, what happened? It's been a few days since the sports festival, yet Deku has still remained fairly quiet after going to ground. All Might watched the two quietly as they spoke. What do you mean since the sports festival? Do you mean Deku attended it? And he was keeping an eye on 𝐻𝐿𝐿, so do you mean to say that young Kobayashi was... The calculating light remained in 𝐻𝐿𝐿's eyes. That's right, I'm sorry I didn't inform you, but I hadn't intended to let any of the teachers know, so there was no risk of them giving him away. Of course 𝐀𝐿𝐿 and Hisashi already knew him, so they no doubt recognized him, or at least recognized his mannerisms. Present Mike frowned absently in thought. He didn't seem afraid of me. 𝐻𝐿𝐿 internally smiled, a calm look on his face the only outward indication. His smiles, he was told, were terrifying. No, he wasn't all that upset about it. He was very understanding, in fact, about that misunderstanding and the whole situation, really. But I nearly killed him. All Might stared at his hands as if they were still dripping with BLD. Recovery Girl said there would likely be permanent damage even if she had gotten the chance to fully heal it. Yes, Well dash, 𝐻𝐿𝐮𝐻's response was cut off by the sharp ringing of his desk phone. Pardon me, hello. Quit gossiping like a bunch of school children at break and get to work. 𝐻𝐿𝐮 is overwhelmed by 𝐿𝐼𝐻 and they failed to implement so much as improved security measures or increase patrols despite my multiple warnings. Deku, may I ask how you even got this number? The strangled scream of frustration had 𝐻𝐿𝐮 guiding the phone calmly away from his ear. Is this really the time? It seems, All Might, that Deku is requesting your help in dealing with the situation going on right now in 𝐻𝐿𝐮. Would you like to accompany him present Mike? Really 𝐻𝐿𝐮? Quit scheming, the last thing we any dash. 𝐻𝐿𝐮 calmly set the phone back in its cradle with a satisfying click, laughing maniacally into his teacup as the two heroes dashed out of his office. He loved his job. It was somewhat nice to have others be the ones running in the maze for once. Izuku always thought it was times like these where he hated his job most. He'd sent warnings to at least 5 separate, but pertinent, government divisions and heads as well as all the leaders of 𝐻𝐿𝐮 or nearby hero agencies and all of the chief of police and division heads for the nearby hospitals. He'd given them a way to contact him, sometimes, if they had any questions about his information. He'd made suggestions to help improve the safety in the coming 2 weeks when the threat of attack would likely happen. He had offered transcripts, documents, photos, video, and audio proof to back his suspicions. He had even visited some in person to clarify his suspicions. In short, he had done every single thing that had come to mind to help raise the alarm and alert 𝐻𝐿𝐮's protectors. And what had all his efforts led to? The 𝐻𝐿𝐮 heroes all deciding to take on interns and do practice patrols, almost completely unarmed, in the time of the 3 days he said the attack would be most likely. Without actually licensed sidekicks. He absolutely hated the feeling of helplessness that came with him consistently being completely blown off by the egotistical, stubborn, ignorant nature of some heroes. It wasn't even that he had been ignored as well. The official government office had taken him quite seriously and were mildly threatening on how he got the information, or that was until they went to check in with the heroes where he was quickly written off as a foolish young hero fan within the introduction, given a signed picture, patted on the head, and warned not to pull a stunt like that again. The government agencies quickly changed their tune to match. And when he said quickly, he meant they were shut down before the agent introducing him finished introducing him. Legality asked he didn't punch anyone in the face. He was just lucky he had somewhat anticipated being ignored and also sent out some requests to heroes who had worked well with him in the past. Kind of well, that is. He had also made a point to reach out and get in contact with the handful of vigilantes he knew and to his own team who had been thoroughly prepared beforehand to competently deal with the threat of one or more of the beings that had been labeled 𝐿𝐼𝐻. It was quite clear that the one at the USJ couldn't be one of a kind, since it was not made by the 𝐿𝐼𝐻's quirk itself like 𝐿𝐼𝐻's appearance had been. It was no doubt an experiment of some sort. And even then the one that had been captured was only a test, or else they would have fought harder to keep it. Hey boss, you there now? Deku reached up absently at the voice taping his communication piece that sat nestled into his ear covered by his once more green-colored hair. He had insisted that if they ever got into a battle 𝐂𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 were to just drop his and Air's illusion, they would be able to come up with an explanation easily enough. Still, they had probably been lucky it was 𝐂𝐮 who ran into staying with Jean rather than 𝐂𝐮𝐶. With his raised hand he quickly unmuted his end of it so they could hear him. Yep, I hear you, how's 𝐻𝐿𝐮 faring? Well, you were right on the money, we've got at least 2 of the big brains here. Ghost reports the big bad might also make an appearance, but Gate is an Eagle F already. But really, who thought of Gate for him? Like, where exactly did you pull that name from? Deku muted his side of the earpiece again to cover his exasperated sigh as another of their team spoke up and started up the latest wave of banter. Never mind from their breathing patterns, they were in the middle of a fight. Can we please stick to the topic at hand? Oh, get off your high horse dash. Will you let me finish my report? That will take all night, no one has time for that. Do you want him to walk in unprepared dash? Really? Please, Deku. Deku. Unprepared dash. Oh, what sort dash? Quitus dash. Hey, I was dash. Yeah, they were doing just fine it seemed. Deku discreetly readied his guns and checked the fastenings for his closer combat gear so he'd be ready to offer a limited degree of support. He was just finishing his final checks when the train rocked as a pale 𝗏𝐽 crashed through the cart, sending people scattering in all directions to escape. Deku's eyes locked with the wild, tortured-looking ones of the being, and without another thought he pulled his guns. A JRK of its head caused the first projectile to miss the target, instead planting itself in the thickening flesh of the 𝗏𝐽's cheek. As muscles sprung from all over, it let loose a rattling shriek as the second and third shot planted itself firmly in two of its four eyes where the muscles didn't extend. Izuku held back a shudder both at the sound and the damage that he had caused. He quickly pulled himself together. Villain. Everyone clear out. Deku's shout was partially lost in another wild shriek as the 𝗏𝐽 charged, but judging from the other passengers' scrambling path to the nearest exits, they got the idea, or at least had some common sense. Deku dodged to the side less smoothly than he would have liked as another swipe was made at him, slowly moving his way to the hole ripped through the train car's side so he could make some distance between him and the enraged 𝗏𝐽. And, fair warning, short mention of suicide/flashbacks coming up quick as a WHP, the 𝗏𝐽's tongue lashed out and he let his footing slip so that he fell out of the hole. With an enraged scream, the 𝗏𝐽 followed. Passengers in the neighboring cars screamed as he plunged toward the unforgiving cement beneath. He felt his hood slid off and the wind carved through the air in a manner that was oddly reminiscent of so many years ago, yet so different. Voices crashed and screamed all around him, at him, not letting a single thought make its way up besides their demands, their cries, their scorn. For once in his life, unable to formulate a single thought in his head, jump. So sorry. So sorry. The wind rustled through his hair, through his clothes, his mind clearing to realize what he had done. The memories grabbed at him, tugging, holding him back from action, clamoring for his attention, his distraction, attempting to pull him from the present. Instead he acted. And, mentions over, all the plot that happened as he fell from the train and the 𝗏𝐽 followed to continue its attack with a sharp pull on the still-reaching tongue. Harshly, he yanked himself towards the 𝗏𝐽's grasping claws and gaping mouth. It was a close call, but with a twist he maneuvered himself to brace against the chest of the 𝗏𝐽, flipping them so he landed on his feet, which were now firmly planted on the 𝗏𝐽's torso. He felt mildly guilty about it as a pained scream gurgled from the mouth despite his firm grip still on the extended tongue. Recovering from the jolt, he pulled a third gun, all of the guns having been loaded with heavy tranquilizers, although he had lost the first two in the fall due to his momentary slip of attention. Careless. And fired the gun rapidly straight into the 𝗏𝐽's mouth, point blank. Internally he winced once more despite knowing the 𝗏𝐽 wasn't truly even alive anymore. He kept firing until he heard it click, signaling he had emptied it. Murmurs rose around him as people watched the scene from the shadows. He glanced up, his hood having fallen down to reveal his noticeable, wild green hair and the darkly colored partial mask. He hurriedly pulled the hood up again and put space between him and the 𝗏𝐽, keeping a trained eye on it and maintaining a similar distance from the spectators. Why hadn't they been evacuated already? Nice timing, boss. You sure know how to make a decent entrance. Katsuo stood before him, a ways away, dressed in the veiled gold and blue outfit he had worn when had faced Endeavor. Besides him, another member, probably Suzy, stood in the wolf-like costume Jean had worn, offering a casual half-wave from where they stood over a restrained 𝗏𝐽, this one dark and without any visible eyes. Deku felt a small part of him cringe and curl tighter into itself with the knowledge that it wasn't Jean. They had finally figured out what was going on with Jin's continued paralysis just yesterday. He wouldn't have bothered turning in the information to Nizu otherwise. He shouldn't have wasted so much of his time talking with Nizu or standing here. If the threat was gone, then he should be moving on to get back to work. Jean would be fine soon, but he still could have been looking for a way to make it happen sooner, or done something to help. Deku instead offered a half-smile in return, nodding at the pale 𝗏𝐽 that lay off to the side, eyes rolling from enough tranquilizers to down a whole herd of elephants. You said there were two. Better make that three, haven't seen four eyes over there before. Katsuo shrugged sympathetically as Deku groaned, tilting his head back to look up at the night sky. Keep an eye on that one then, will you? I'll go hunting. Deku scooped up one of the guns he had lost in the fall, reloading the dropped gun as well as the one he held before waving the one in the air to catch their attention, And keep an eye out for one of these. I think I dropped it somewhere around here. Katsuo grinned, shaking his head as he cheerily lied. You'd loose your head if it wasn't screwed on, wouldn't you? Honestly. Oh, and keep an eye on the skies. Nomu 3 has flappers. He mimed wings by flapping his hands a few times by his shoulders, earning him a disappointed look from probably Suzy, as he continued grinning cheekily behind the veil. Deku left with a roll of his eyes without bothering to correct him about who was really always misplacing things. If anything, it would make him a less likely suspect because of his near-perfect memory. Green hair wasn't all that rare anymore, right? He knew that was a lie, and it was still fairly uncommon. He might have to enact the plan sooner than he had begun to think that he would need to. It wasn't a comforting thought. He took to the roofs listening for screams to give away the final known Nomu's placement. It took a surprisingly long time with several stops for thugs, minor league members, and building wreckage. By the time he found the final Nomu, it was already being swarmed by multiple heroes and a familiar vigilante who probably had everything under control. He moved on to see if he was needed anywhere else before he could head back and return to his efforts. Deku, or rather Canary, since he was recognized as that first until someone gave the media the connection, was ultimately what ended up being the main story on the news, much to the great displeasure of one Shigaraki Tamura, who began making plans for the capture of who he recognized as Canary, accompanied by much dark grumbling. Izuku Midoriya similarly stared with eyes narrowed angrily at the screen that showed him towering over the fallen Nomu. Off-colored BLD splashed across his mask as one boot tramped down on a broken jaw, a hand stretching the Nomu's tongue taunt as his free one appeared mid-shot into the forcibly held open mouth. His head was turned, looking like it was staring just off from the camera, holding a fiercely determined and probably disturbing light in their green depths. It wasn't exactly a pleasant photo. And all of his noticeable features were on full display, from his green eyes and matching wild hair to the scars that danced up his forearms like lightning strikes, and a post that had remained standing nearby offered a good guess at relative height. That last thing probably shouldn't be the part that bothered him, should it? He sighed, grabbing a jacket to help cover his face as he headed to pick up air from where she was visiting with Kageteisho, who had offered to let her sit through one of the art classes he taught. 3 days had passed since the Hosu incident, and stress was beginning to wear him down to his limit in a way it hadn't since before the slime villain attack. He could feel all of the factors and stress crushing him no matter how he tried to hold the burden. Being an informant was stressful, but never had it weighed on him like this before. And he still likely had another few weeks before Jean woke, since he hadn't heard from the flaming peacock of a doctor yet. He recognized that was rude of him, but he still wasn't taking it back. His name was heard on every street corner. Nizu wouldn't let up about UA. He had his usual work to keep up with made harder by his newfound fame. He was expecting an attack on his person specifically. He had to care for Eri and make sure she wasn't in the crossfire despite spending so much time together, and Jean still lay frozen by Stain's quirk. Yet still none of this lessened the amount of requests that came flooding in like never before, and him and his bleeding heart couldn't stand to turn good people away. And that didn't include any of the stresses that he had come to consider as normal everyday things. Even he struggled to believe this was his reality at times. He slipped through an alleyway, turning back onto the main street again, only to stop when he felt 4 fingers firmly grasp onto his throat. "Stop right there, my little canary. I'm afraid you and I are going to have a little chat." He complied, abruptly aborting his motion to throw his attacker and reach for a pointy object, and freezing in place. His eyes locked onto Kageteisho's, who stood next to Air, eyes having widened almost imperceptibly as he took note of the scene Deku was in the middle of. Deku nervously fiddled with his fingers, discreetly flashing signs to the other. Without a word, and only a panicked, mildly uncertain look, he turned and ushered Air inside with, no doubt, one of his poorly made excuses. "Well." Shigaraki spoke again with more impatience than before at his silence. "Shigaraki Tamura, this is a bit of an unexpectedly sudden meeting, although I suppose not completely, all things considered. Will we be taking this talk elsewhere, or?" "Yes, you'll be coming with me. And if you so much as twitch suspiciously." "Well." One of the fingers tightened even further on his neck in warningly. Deku smiles agreeably. "I understand, nothing sneaky, got it?" Good, and you better keep behaving then, okay? Don't think I'll drop my guard. It seemed his easy acceptance was making them even more suspicious. Not so much as a nasty look from me. Scout's honor. Shigaraki snorted. You better not be mocking me. That'll get me killed too then. Yes. He felt something prick him in the neck as they walked. Not doing that then. Deku allowed himself to be pushed through the crowded streets without complaint. If there was a confrontation between the two of them, there would be too many potential casualties. Without thinking, he found himself speaking up. I don't suppose I can ask about your 𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐻. Because, DMN, they aren't exactly. Something I have seen before, and curiosity has always been my worst enemy, especially when it comes to new things. Honestly, I'm not fully sure how your crew's doing it. It would be useful to see if you could reverse the process. He was fairly certain that people were used to make it, but it wasn't his first priority, and 𝐻𝐮 had tended be to the one most up for hacking into the various sites. No, you can't ask. It was clear they were pleased by the comment despite the harsh DLVRY of the response. Deku sighed. Figured, the quirk mashups were fairly well done with the pale one from what I saw. Sorry, I'm a bit of a quirk nerd. How I ended up here actually once I picked up the mangled pieces of my old dream. Must you talk so incessantly? You aren't supposed to. Sorry. Bad habit really, although I could have sworn I'd already gotten rid of it. I've always talked more than I should, plus it makes us a bit less suspicious, you know, if you're trying to keep my kidnapping on the down low. I guess talking gets me killed too then. No, you may continue as you are right, I don't quite want to gather too much attention here yet. It sounded like the very words pained him. Then move your arm slightly so it's more relaxing on my shoulder than keeping me at an awkward arm's length around my neck. Trust me, I know what I'm doing, plenty of experience, usually your side of things though. But what can you do? Hey, no funny business here, see, I'll even keep my hands where you can see them. Deku felt them cautiously shift to their side, arm now draped over one shoulder. He kept his arms slightly in front of him and visible. You seem awfully calm about this. Well, I rather expected to be kidnapped before this, actually. Sort of odd really, but honestly, panicking will only wind up with me dead, and maybe others, so why bother? You talk too much. Well, like I said, you don't want to bring attention, I don't want attention, best make it look casual. Plus I'm pretty sure you drugged me with something earlier. The other startled, causing him to think over his words. He hadn't meant to reveal that he knew that. Say, most people's goals are the easiest thing to find about their group. What brings them to mind and renown, yet it's impossible to nail yours down. Any chance you'll share? To kill all might, I may have overestimated you if you couldn't even find that out. Izuku heard one hand scratch deep furrows onto the villain's neck and then some rustling. Sharp jolts of pain echoed through his arm, caused it to jerk quickly as he felt a second sharp sting. The jolts of pain grew, making him almost stumble as his head felt a wave of fuzziness before it receded. The pain followed suit and disappeared. This one was stronger. He realized the other had stopped talking and quickly began again despite his mind racing. Something else had been added to whatever drag he had originally been given. The original likely something to compel truth, seeing as he hadn't expected Deku to speak so much. Distraction seemed best, and it's not like he could fully stop himself from speaking. Hopefully he could find some of their goals. Yes, I heard about the whole bring down All Might thing already. You knew All Might's weakness, you had a counter to All Might with the USJ attack, but that's not exactly an agenda or belief or anything, that's your method to make it happen. Why do you seek to bring down All Might? Has he wronged you? Is it a conflicting ideals thing? What will you do once he's removed? Take his place as the lawmaker. Remake society. Disperse. Continue with the next #1 until there's no more heroes. Or is it just to get your name out there? See, these are the questions that shape your organization's end goal and what brings people to your door looking to assist or be recruited. Yet there's not so much more than a whisper of yours. See the issue I'm having. You may know what the end goal is, but to the rest of the world we only hold a partial picture, which will only get you partial people. Oh, hell, his fixation on their lack of a decent public relations was definitely affecting his response, meaning he was probably going to end up giving them good advice instead of a whole lot of meaningless chatter like he intended. Before he could derail the conversation, his kidnapper spoke up. Partial people. And he spoke before he could stop himself. He hated drags like these for how well they worked on him and his natural rambling idiots, people who are undevoted, other people's fanatics who are using your group as a stepping stool or something, take your pick. Fine, I seek to bring about a new age. It's long past time to bring an end to the menace that is the hero society, to tear it all down and start anew. Starting with him, All Might. Does that answer your questions then? I suppose it does. I can definitely see the sort of things that will drive people to your side. I may have even inadvertently helped you when you come out with that. Then, I had sort of expected something a little different. I mean 𝐻𝗧𝗟𝗘 snarled, fingers tightening. What is that supposed to mean? He chose to think their question was for the least harmful response he had given. He wasn't going to help them any further than he had with exposing Endeavor. Endeavor? That definitely left a black mark in the hero's ledgers. Of course, the injured hero trainees from your 𝐻𝗧𝗟𝗧 will also leave a mark. No one likes to see kids hurt, so as long as they're not directly targeted, often people will definitely see it as a shortcoming for the whoops. Like I said, bad habit of talking too much once I get going. Izuku fell silent as he snapped out of his muttering and realized he was revealing more than he should. He now knew for certain what the first sting had been. It was probably a good thing this was his first time experiencing a successful kidnapping. He was less prepared than he expected. Normally he would prevent himself from getting kidnapped in the first place, but this time he had needed to for certain pieces of information that he had to have if he was to adjust his UA plan again. This wasn't going well at all. He fell silent, quietly biting his tongue between his teeth and putting on a bit of pressure. Biting his tongue off would cause a scene, however, which would lead to civilian casualties. You've stopped talking. I thought we agreed you babbling on like an idiot helped divert attention. Which neither of us want at the moment, because if you changed your mind, Izuku felt the exact moment the strong red-eyed gaze left him to travel threateningly over those around them, carelessly oblivious to their danger. Sorry I got lost in thought for a bit there. Speaking of which, where are we going exactly? It seems to be quite the distance unless we're taking the scenic route to avoid gaining a tail, but it can't be very wise to bring me back to your base. We relocate often, you won't find us here again. I see. Not a half-bad plan, I suppose, especially with teleportation at your disposal. Deku caught himself before he began rambling again and absently revealing more that could help them. Hurriedly he changed the subject. If All Might retired and you had a chance to legally pull down the hero system, would you? Just what is that supposed to mean? In the end it was like he told Nizu he wasn't here to protect heroes who had continuously failed both him and others. He would always try to protect citizens. You and I both know. All Might won't be around too much longer. It's the premise the first 𝗏𝗡 you tried was built on, right? Besides, I've always had strong suspicion that you at least have contact with the one who put him in his current position. If you could legally dismantle Izuku was roughly shoved into a slightly run-down building. That's enough of that useless chatter. We're here. It's time to have that chat. I thought that's what we were already. Deku half raised his hands up to show he meant no offense as he was shoved again, now able to see the displeased look form on Shigaraki's face. No, that starts now. Izuku felt his vision go dark and then he knew nothing more. Wouldn't it be ironic if he ended up walking to his own death again? That would kind of SCK, although this time he'd have something to blame it on more than his own poor life decisions. Kind of. Deku mentally underlined emotionally unstable and unpredictable in Shigaraki's file that he had memorized as said villain ranted angrily, sent off on a tangent. You dared steal all my effort. What sort of useless NPC are you? That was my place. He'd been tied to the chair since before he'd woken up, which was at least a half hour ago, and it was wearing at him. Shigaraki has spent the whole time trying to loom over him. While not far in the shadows, an older villain, muscular, leered at him, making not so subtle threats, both physically and verbally, about painfully ripping him apart barehanded or otherwise violently killing him. Emphasis on the not so subtle there. He wasn't even sure the villain knew who he was since he had not once used their name in the threats or commented on his profession. The two were trying too hard to be more than unnerving, which made Kurogiri a welcome change as he stood calmly behind the bar, absently wiping a cup as he observed the farce of an interrogation. Heck, Izuku had accidentally spilled more on the walk here even though the drags were still in his system. He'd had more opportunity to speak. The villain in front of him stopped talking again to give him his second chance to speak up and save himself from Muscular's poorly threatened torture. He could make much better threats, and he didn't look threatening. Still, he had to say something if he was to get out of this, and speaking a whole lot about very little wasn't all that difficult for him, even when he could only tell the truth. After all, he was an informant. You think I wanted to be on TV? I'm an informant. My job's difficulty multiplies the more attention I gain. Like really, I might have to actually close up shop for a few years to wait this out. What am I even supposed to do during that time? And how did they decide to put me as the main story anyway? Like, oh hey, this all-new, historically speaking never-before-seen coalition of highly trained and skilled murderers has formed and nearly destroyed a whole city, leaving damage that will take months to even clear up, much less rebuild. That right there is some quality news, but oh, what was that? An informant shot one of the agents of mass destruction they handmade using who knows what methods and deployed on the city. Hey, let's tell this nobody's life story instead. That right there is what we call breaking news. Like, come on, I wasn't the one doing illegal things, my weapons were registered for self-defense and public carry. Nor did I kill anyone. Where on earth did they come up with that plan from? Like, what are they on? Probably a lot more than whatever the heck you gave me, that's for sure. It seemed he should add emotionally unpredictable to his own file too. And what about all those times helping the heroes? It had been a good 3 or 4 hours since he had been kidnapped, and he was doing his best to walk the delicate tightrope that was being honest while not setting off 𝐬𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 so much that he wound up as a pile of dust on the floorboards. It seemed he wasn't doing too good on either count, as he was often stretching the truth at best, and he had wound up, once more, with 4 fingers threateningly gripping his neck. But he was alive, and that counted for something. Blackmailing me. They completely twisted my arm to get me playing Bloodhound for them. And don't think you fooled me either with your spies, by the way. That got the other to 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, the hand a little away from his throat. He continued on, there was no stopping while you were ahead in this situation. I mean, yeah, I won't sit around while people are getting hurt, but I want nothing to do with this cat fight. Just look where it winds up with me being. I am quite literally a strong breath away from death, a thumb's width from death. A sneeze from either of us, or maybe even one of them, and I'm dead. A sudden noise. Prob's dead. You think this is fun for me? Put some God-made 3-fingered gloves on, and then maybe we'll talk about fun. Or maybe remove at least 3 fingers from my jugular. Look, I just want to be there for my special people and help out wherever and whoever I can, without dealing with all those egotistical assholes or lying do-gooders, but currently, that's society so ideal. And what exactly are they blackmailing you with? What? So you can join in? Nope, at least we have a few similar goals. I don't want people suffering, they don't want to kill anyone. Probably. That's agreement right there. I could kill you. Deku gave his best deadpan, staring at the fingers still pressed against his neck. Yeah, I definitely got the memo here. Deku was at least 80% certain he'd been drugged sky high at this point. But it had to be about 9 hours into his kidnapping, and he had already been going on 12 hours of sleep this week, and his caffeine had definitely worn off, so he just ranted his best useless answers whenever 𝐬𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said something, and made a point to act like Muscular was a distantly sulking cat whenever he spoke up from the corner to make a new threat. Because he wasn't quite sure what for he did that, but he had a reason. Did he? He chuckled to himself, pausing the rant he had started outside of his head on, smiling, which oddly enough, was, in fact, somewhat on topic it would seem. 𝐬𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, All Might is approaching, what are your orders? 𝗂𝐻𝐼 glanced up from his phone where he had just received a message. Muscular stood up, grinning madly. Finally. Oh, great, what could be better than Mr. Protagonist of everyone's life, Mr. Punch first, and ask questions to their corpse. The incapable of wrong, pinnacle of go. I'm pretty sure I'd kill for Katsuo to be here at this point. Although I don't think I'd mind all that much if you got your itty-bitty little baby face all smushed up in cement. Muscular advanced on him menacingly, causing 𝐬𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 to also rise, his hands slipping from Izuku's neck as Izuku giggled to himself again. The drags didn't seem to be fading. If anything, they were kicking in even more. Maybe it was like poison. That would be fun. I don't suppose you'd settle for me. Izuku's head whipped around to see a familiar face with quite literally flaming, bright, white and red-orange fire like hair. Small licks of brilliant blue slid through some of the strands of long hair that were closer to his scalp and was pulled very loosely back with tongues of flame dancing along the brilliant lengths. A handful of stray hairs hanging freely around his face and shoulders having escaped the loose band meant to keep it out of his face. Hey, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, he frowned in concentration as words began evading him and his world began spinning some in contrast to the mild dizziness that had plagued him earlier. The newcomer was just barely below average height with a very slight build, although they were still in excellent shape, and wore loose clothes in reds, blacks and small amounts of yellow, their attire consisting of a tank top and sweatpants accompanied by lightweight boots the tops of which had slid down some so they were halfway towards his ankles. Piercings lined the edges of his ears and his nails were cut to a sharp, claw-like point and painted swirling black and red. The color of his eyes was a fierce yellow-orange with a slight tint of brown to it. All in all, even in today's age of quirks, he made a very striking figure. Hello there, Friday child, is now a bad time. You seem a little tied up and I'd hate to bother you if you're busy with recreational activities. Izuku threw his best straight-faced glare at the man as he tried to reorganize his spinning thoughts. Don't give me that look, someone's got to care a bit less about everything, so. Do you need a hand or do you feel the need to face it yourself? They quickly glanced over at Shigaraki, barely concealing their smirk. Really? I guess now isn't the time, is it? With Almighty on his way. As if that was the signal to start, the bar burst into motion again with the league eliminating any trace of them being there, his mentor casually strolling over to him only to be blocked by Shigaraki, who still hadn't moved besides turning to face the other. Shigaraki growled out the words as a demand, not a question, just what do you think you're doing? Untying him, they raised one well-groomed eyebrow. What do you think you're doing? He paused, although I must say that makes for a rather odd greeting. Is it a new thing? Shigaraki's hand reached out, latching onto the arm still extended to untie Deku. The man's eyes narrowed in a well-hidden wince, not that Shigaraki noticed as flames flickered to life before bursting forth from the touched area and the surrounding skin nearly burning Shigaraki's hand as he quickly jerked it back. The fire died down, slowly morphing and becoming skin-like as it slipped back into place completely unblemished. They raised a single eyebrow again. Yikes, you have got a temper on you. What the hell are you? Shigaraki jerked back, nearly stumbling onto Izuku, who squeaked in shock. The flame man wiggled his eyebrows, grinning still with a far too casual air for the situation. Human, I assume, my parents were, but quirks were weird like that back when I was born. Ask your sensei about it, does he still go by that? I always found his insistence on the titles a weird mix of hilarious and adorable, but here he shrugged. Anyway, he caught the tail end of that deal. Honestly, I thought quirks were settling down again until he came along with his collection and ideals. Like, geez kid, calm down, you've got your whole long life ahead to make changes. Patience and all that. That is something adults say. Now that I'm thinking about it though, you're actually not all that dissimilar from him. They brushed by Shigaraki, who was still processing everything, and scooped up Izuku to loud protests from the bound informant. With that, they calmly turned and walked to the door, patting his hair as they passed. You're not too bad, kid, got potential at least, and some determination, you might just go far. Deku was pretty sure he knew how his morals ended up so skewed now. The amount of time he had spent alone learning from his sensei guaranteed some change. He doubted there was much that could gain the others' hatred, as they seemed to view everyone around them as most would view dogs and cats. He giggled to himself. Well, they definitely fought like cats and dogs. What did that make him if the heroes were puppies and villains kittens? He'd have to be like. He giggled again. So, my little Friday child, what on earth have you been up to that would get you in that situation? You seemed a lot more sage-wise and mystic before, you know. Does that mean you're getting old? Do all chickens see humans as pets? Well, of course, I seemed more mystic then. You had yet to see the wide world yet and needed someone to offer advice and comfort, so naturally my experience and knowledge shone out instead of anything else. And now you're old, gray, and tired of this world's lies like me. You've learned and grown used to the world's nonsense, so you don't focus so much on my occasional moments of wisdom. Mildly disappointing, really. Anyway, are you on drags? And do you know what they gave you? Now you're just lying. Not an idiot, how should I know anyway? Let me down. No thanks. Izuku's mentor nodded in just the right manner at one of the other pedestrians who stared obviously at them for a bit too long, and they hurriedly glanced away. Not to say most people weren't staring, even drugged Deku could say with plenty of confidence that practically the whole street had one eye on them, not surprising considering he was slung over someone's shoulder and hog-tied as well as still giggling at odd moments. Thankfully, their mentor had at least cut off the knots tying him to the chair as they walked, slinging the wooden chair to the side with an easy casualness and into a nearby alleyway, but he hadn't stopped to bother undoing the ropes around him as the knots pressed tightly to his skin and loose ends from the chair's ropes remained bundled around him. The quirk restraining cuffs weren't helping their image either, even if their primary purpose was useless on him. "'Kay then, Friday child, which way do I turn here?" "The flower one." "Think so." His vision blackened worryingly and he tried to move to poke at his eyeballs. Instead of further questioning him, they nodded, adjusting the ropes to keep his hands still and away from his face. "You got it." Izuku knew he shouldn't, especially considering his current state and position, but all the same he found himself drifting into a much-needed sleep, lulled by the rhythmic gentle sway of his steps and the familiar voice speaking over his vague babbling as the other told some old ancient lore or other the flame-haired man loved to share. No doubt the sort of story with gods, spirits, or talking animals, and a moral that rarely transferred to modern life, and even rarer to actually be seen in today's age. It was nice to hear one again, even if he wasn't paying any attention to it. He'd missed listening to them in the oh-so-familiar tones that told him one bedtime story after another when he first began training with them. Izuku found himself fully asleep in mere minutes, drifting away into comfortable dreams knowing he was safe. He had definitely missed the feeling. Some blocks away, All Might stood before the door of a near-abandoned bar, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and a handful of other heroes at his back. Dust rained down from the door hinges and the ceiling as with a powerful bang, the door came flying off, slamming into the opposite wall, still with enough speed to make a sizable dent as it clattered to a halt on the ground. "I'm here. Turn yourselves in without a fight and then we might just resolve this peacefully, villains." Kurogiri's head, swiftly, but passably disguised as not the portal person from the shot up straight as he glanced away from the mug he was cleaning towards the entrance where the heroes stood. "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. All Might, sir, and company, of course, but I believe you have the wrong place." A groan sounded from a far booth where three shabby-looking men hunched over their table that held scattered glasses and mugs, those there looking too inebriated to walk, much less see straight. The one costumer perched on a stool at the bar stared between the bartender, the heroes, and the door, wide-eyed in wonder, his half-empty glass forgotten. "My apologies for the disruption." "And the door?" All Might's eyes paused guiltily at the door. "I will pay for its replacement. You wouldn't mind if we searched the back rooms to be certain though, would you?" "Certainly, go right ahead. It's good to know heroes show such dedication. But you can just open the doors up, all the doors should be unlocked." "Of course. My apologies again." "I will manage, do not worry yourself over it." "What do you mean you don't have it?" "It means I was scheduled to receive my updated information next week and they moved 3 days ago. I don't have it. 𝐻𝐮 is the one who has the real-time information." "Well, where does he keep it then?" "Then who does? Why don't you or 𝐬𝐶 have the information if it's so important to you?" "Well, normally, it's not. We asked not to have it since it would weigh us down with all the traveling we do. He sends us basic briefings every few weeks. If you don't have the information and 𝐻𝐮 still is unavailable, then who does have access to the info?" Suzy glared right back at Katsuo with equal fire in her hazel eyes that flashed dangerously. The two had been arguing ever since they, that was Katsuo, 𝐬𝐶, and Suzy, had arrived at 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's art studio. The three stood in a separate office room bickering as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 kept air distracted as he calmly led his last class of the day through a review of the basics in pottery. Calmly, he showed examples of how the techniques could be incorporated into more complex designs and then handed out materials so they could begin practicing, giving suggestions on how to improve technique as he walked around or commenting on their design choice. Internally, however, he was just as off-footed as the others, if not more so. "I don't actually. I'm pretty sure that would be 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. I mean, you two only get briefs and I get my information updated every few months. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, he is the one who gets weekly updates. I'm pretty sure, if anyone, it would be him to have the new location." "What?" 𝐀𝐮𝐿 straightened up to meet 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's eyes as they seemed to measure him up, speaking slowly. "You do know what you're saying, what you're accusing him of." "Well, yeah, but it's not like the boss to leave a gaping hole in his plans. He was mildly worried about getting kidnapped, specifically by the League. Why on earth would not tell anyone where their new base is half a week after their move when he had full knowledge of the new location? He'd definitely tell someone, and it wouldn't be one of the heroes. And while he does keep 𝐴𝐵 informed, it's much vaguer, more major players' personalities, weaknesses, and places to go for help or areas to avoid. Most definitely not the precise location of a villain base. So that leaves us and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. You're not interested in that stuff unless you're taking action. I haven't gotten anything new. So 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 is left by process of elimination as the most likely, especially considering his occasional hobby. Exactly. All three stood in silence for the remainder of the class, trying to process this information. They turned as the door opened, smoothly revealing 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, the studio behind him empty, showing the class had ended and everyone had packed up and left. 𝐴𝐵 was still leaning over her air-dry clay animals that she had spent the part of the day making between the classes. 𝐀𝐮 gave 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 an indecipherable look, cutting 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 off as he uncertainly glared and Susie's eyes darted around almost guiltily. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, 𝐀𝐮 was the one who spoke after a moment. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 tilted his head to the side. "Do you have the latest location of the League of Villains?" They nodded. "What do you mean, yes you have it?" Susie slammed a hand down on the desk as they spoke. "You saw him taken and knew who it was. Yet you did nothing. You have the information to save him, to end whatever torture they're putting him through. To save him after all the times he's saved us. After everything he's done for us. Did nothing. How dare you?" Her voice steadily rose as she advanced on them, her hands gesturing, but kept close to her body. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 seemed near tears. Come on man, I know you. You care for the boss as much as any of us. This isn't. I know I suggested, but 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 waited for the pause as all three stood staring at him. Susie looking moments from pouncing, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 staring with watery eyes, and 𝐀𝐮 simply staring. Then he spoke. He said to wait for his return and keep a watch on 𝐴𝐵. I'm going to do that because he's earned my respect, so I'll follow his wishes no matter how much I'd like to go against them. He's 𝐷𝐿, right? The boss, 𝐁𝐼. I won't doubt him like that, not now nor ever. He doubts his own plans more than enough to need my disbelief as well. I, for one, am going to place others' will over what I think is better for them. He is more capable of making his own choices than any of us, and yet he still lets us choose for ourselves. I'm all for free will, but you let him be dragged off by a League of Villains. The League of Villains. He could be dead, or dying, or being tortured, or who knows what. If that is how you feel, I won't stop you. The files are in this room. Don't destroy anything, but you're welcome to search for them as much as you like. And if you find them, then feel free to run off and try and do something. The League is obvious about most of their plans, and kidnapping him would be something he planned for. Trust that he knows what he's doing, or are all of you just talk after all? I promised him something and I won't break that now. If he says jump, I'll jump. If he wants advice, I'll give it. If he wants help, I'll be there for whatever he needs. If he doesn't, then no matter how much it pains me, I'll stay away, and I am certain Tanaka will say much the same. Oh, and here I thought you'd say, how high? Susie snapped and immediately turned to begin checking books for secret passages or cavities while 𝐀𝐮 warily eyed him. That was more than she had collectively heard him speak her whole time knowing him. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 watched with wide, tearful, uncertain eyes. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 spun on his heel and glided out to join 𝐴𝐵, where she worked on her third clay animal, clumsily molding it into shape. He shut the door firmly behind him. Right, so Sakura Street, great. But what building? What floor? Is there a passcode or something to open the door? How do I explain it's not what it looks like before they kill me? Will a magic fairy godmother pop up and explain everything from here? Come on, Friday child, why do you always do this to me? At this point he didn't care that he was talking to himself. It was late enough that no one was really giving him more than a wary look, as either they were too drunk or up to something equally bad to care about what looked like a kidnapping. It's not like he would have cared in the first place either. The few pedestrians who did pass by crossed to the other side of the road, leaving it for a hero to deal with. How great the hero society had made the sheeple of the world. As long as he didn't run into a hero or devoted officer, he could get away with open murder without a single person questioning it. It really took the fun out of doing weird things, although he didn't particularly want to run into a hero at the moment and have some two-faced man-child in a Speedo and cape to try and beat him black and blue. He deeply hoped his attitude had rubbed off on Deku-sama. When he had first seen them, the other cared far too deeply and needed some nonchalance in their life. He moved further along the sidewalk to see if there was any obvious signs that would show up. Maybe there was someone waiting for him. Maybe he should just break into random houses until he found the right one. He was confident he'd recognize the interior. With hair a tragically pale shade of pink and cut horribly short in his opinion anyway, who would willingly cut their hair that short? A person stepped out from the shadows of one of the storefronts, so they stood in his path a few houses down. They waved him over. Oh cool, well there's my answer. Please don't be crazies. The words were said in such a casual, uncaring way you couldn't really take it as a plea as they muttered to themselves, approaching the person. Hello there. They nodded. So, I think I have something of yours. Again they nodded. Do you speak? Like, should I stick with yes or no's, sign language, a piece of paper? Any works with me, just hold up a finger for which option. They shrugged and motioned him in. Alright cool then, I talk a lot, and since you're not responding I can talk however much I like. Regret it now. You should beak a dash, a hand shot over muffling his words. Well okay then, your loss. The rest of the walk inside was completed in silence before he was motioned to pause at the top of the staircase, and they continued inside without him. Faint sounds of arguments echoed from inside, on top a background noise of rustling and thumps even before he entered. When they came back they were accompanied by a small child with long hair, big, puppy dog, red eyes, and a single, off-center horn. Her eyes lit up, although she definitely seemed worried when she spotted the green-haired child on his shoulder. She carried a lumpy, faded, rusty red messenger bag and wore a paint and glitter-stained long-sleeved white t-shirt and dark blue and gold jumper. The strange person motioned for both to quietly follow and they exited the building. Is he okay? Immediately the girl began talking, but he rushed to cut them off. The kid's fine, just sleeping a little, probably decided to pull a few all-nighters before this. Not a scratch on him though. You can carry him if you don't believe me. The girl giggled. He hadn't been joking. So how do you know brother then? He's my big brother, you know he's the best big brother ever, my name's Air, has he mentioned me? Oh right, how do you know him? I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. He squinted at the red-eyed child before glancing at the green one he carried. I'm afraid he hasn't, but that's likely because we last met before you. He watched as 𝐀𝐮𝐿 tensed uncertainly. I'm Nox, nice to meet you both, I was the one who raised him after. Around the whatever the first school is called, it's been a while. 𝐀𝐮𝐿 nodded deeply at him, which he casually waved off. Elementary. I'm in it right now, what was he like then? He doesn't really talk about it. That would be because he was an adorable little ball of angst then. Nox laughed, although it didn't reach his eyes that darkened and simmered like dying coals. He ruffled her pale hair when she glanced up at him in confusion. Once you're out of your awkward teenage phase you'll get not wanting to talk about it. Why? Have you ever done something you thought was super embarrassing? Where you didn't want anyone to know about it? She nodded, not noticing how he had shifted the subject ever so slightly to everyone's teenage years instead of Izuku's early years. Well, that's what it's like to become a teenager. Ages 13 through 19 are all that one embarrassing moment you don't talk about. Ever. And convince others to go along with that plan, of course. Why? Because people are strange little creatures, and in this not even Friday child here is exempt from the weirdness. Why? How, why, what? That doesn't make much sense. Sure it does. How, why, what, when? Then what is it supposed to mean? How, why, what, when, so, of course, why, when, how, so, where, whatever else. 𝐬𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 woke on his own bed besides another person who had curled, so they were hugging him like one would a teddy bear. Faint chatter sounded from the kitchen, which would have made the growing feeling of unease grow if he didn't recognize the voices as vaguely as familiar, in a good way. That didn't change the problem. He couldn't remember a single thing from a while back. What had he been doing? A stab of pain shot through his head. He calmed himself. This wasn't the first time this had happened. He just needed to keep calm and start at a recent, but still calm point and recall from there. Jin's lifeless, staring eyes flashed before his eyes. He froze. Jin limp in his hands as Katsuo, Suzy, and he struggled to move him from where 𝐬𝐮𝐽 had teleported him. Tears rose to his own eyes that stared uncomprehendingly at the wall before him. Jin, the normal thick black tears which would always accumulate whenever he felt a particularly strong emotion just below his eyes, seeping from his skin around where his dark eye bags were whenever he had to get up too early in the morning like BLD from a wound, absent from their place. Although very few people would notice that considering he always wore sunglasses, it was still a part that anyone from the bi-monthly group would notice right away. There was normally a small crust there because it was difficult to wash off. All the same, the dried tear tracks were not there. He slowly turned around to see who lay beside him. Limp gray hair spread like a dark halo around a face completely free from the normal small expressions that would always run across his face behind the wolf-like grins flashing in his mind's eye. He was met with the familiar too pale for anyone else gray skin, blue-tinted lips parted slightly to show a pitch-black mouth and pointed layers of razor-thin and sharp white teeth. The eyelids were closed. But then, hopelessness pressed down on him as he stood helplessly at the closed door facing the room, a somewhat worn drawing notebook clutched in his hand as he watched over his friend from as close as he could bring himself to go. His eyes flicked back to where Jin lay, asleep, but not unnaturally so, a twitch of movement on their face betraying the difference even more so than the now closed eyes as he breathed evenly in and out. Shaking legs carried him over to the bedside so he could gently tap his forehead with the back of his fingernail and slide the notebook beneath the pillow. Tears unshed for once in his eyes as he stared down at him before backing away and fleeing the room. Deku pulled away, sliding so his back rested against the wall by the foot of the bed, his eyes never leaving the Jin beside him, careful not to wake him. If he was Jin, and the memories were fake, he'd cause the other to worry about him. But if it wasn't Jin, the all-too-familiar figure moved closer to the spot his warmth once was curling up further into the blankets. Jin's temperature had always ran ungodly cold. He pressed himself further against the wall trying to think, what had happened next? 𝐬𝐮𝐽 and 𝐸𝐮𝐽 team. Going with 𝐬𝐮 to visit 𝐬𝐮 in preparation for the expected kidnapping. As long as someone he trusted was keeping an eye on her, he could easily keep her out of danger. When nothing happened after some days dropping her off with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 so he could gather some delicate information that he needed in the vain hope he could get a complete diagnosis and breakdown of 𝐬𝐮's quirk even as he tried to lay low from the fame he had accidentally gotten from Hosu. Getting kidnapped by the League and then. He knew he had been drugged fairly early on. And he was pretty sure he had made a few suggestions to them under its influence. But then, another drag had been introduced to his system after he made it to the base. He was somewhat certain of that, although it was getting pretty foggy. Sharp pain landed through his head and he stopped and started again, this time starting slightly more recently than the 𝐬𝐮 attack and going into more detail. It was on the third try that Jin moved again. He'd been able to remember much of Shigaraki and his conversation and the bar they were in this time before he began becoming uncertain. Something about All Might. Someone new had entered. Was it All Might? He didn't think it had been All Might. He wouldn't be here if it was. Jin shot up suddenly as if he'd been shocked. His indescribable eyes, that always seemed to stare into your soul, locked onto Izuku's own green eyes. Wasn't the League trying to recruit someone who could change their appearance? Their voice was uncertain, but they hid it well. Deku. Deku smiled widely, lunging across the bed to pull them into a tight hug, his arms wrapped around theirs so they couldn't move them much. Tanaka. Okay, now I know something's wrong. They laughed briefly and without humor. Who are you? The room grew colder and Jin's gray hair waved, raising slightly like snakes sleepily disturbed near the start of their hibernation, their eyes becoming void-like and nails elongating even further, sharp and strong enough to tear through skin and muscle easily. He was fairly certain the League hadn't found someone who took the quirks as well as appearance. Slowly he pulled back to the sound of cracking bones as Jin's arms bent in an angle no human being would be capable of to grasp onto Izuku's own arms. Deku let go of him with one hand to reach up and tug on a strand of long gray hair. I was under the impression you were still asleep. Mind telling me how you're awake? Nox. Izuku froze as his mind caught up. So that's who it was. Demon, I should have suspected that half-sane parakeet would turn up. Well, now you know it's me. Your turn. No, now I know that you know Nox. Plenty of people know who Nox is. But do I know how I know who Nox is, and if so, how you know that I know how you know how I know who Nox is? The air grew colder as a menacing smile crept up on Jin's face. I just feel better when I know what's going on, that's all. People think you're stupid because you are, not because you ask questions. Deku smirked back as they both paused, taking the other in. A crackling of bones rang out again as Jin's arms returned to a far more human angle and they both sat back, taking each other in for a moment. So then, I heard you picked a fight with Stain. Yep, so then, I heard you got kidnapped. Funny, I might have heard something similar. In a tabloid. And here I thought you at least had some guts. And here I thought you at least had some brains. Are we in agreement then? Never talk about it again. Jin smiled as the chilly air dissipated and he held his hand out for Izuku to shake. That sounds about it, thank you though. So he had noticed all the reports marked failure he responded to and tried plans that were stacking up, or some of the potential ones he was preparing to enact. For what exactly? Good question. Izuku reaches over, pulling them into an actual hug this time. Geez, it's been a while since you actually activated your quirk. That's got to be wonderful in the summertime. I don't know, people generally will take a little bit of heat instead once they start hearing the screams of the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 or something. Well, that's stupid. It's not summer until you get at least one murder attempt from one of Lovecraft's actual protagonists and hear the nighttime chorus of crickets singing along in harmony with the shrill voices of the supposedly long gone. That was oddly poetic. Yeah, well, it's early. I'm going to go back to sleep before I realize exactly how much work I need to get done. Enough to drive you to an early grave before I do. Oh, whoops. I mean, alright then, you do that. The long, bony fingers patted his head as he settled back down, relief coursing through him. Jin was awake. When he next woke up, it was to people talking again, but this time there was a faint smell of food. He pulled himself up, smiling as he pulled a notebook from behind his pillow. It wasn't a dream, Jin was awake. As quietly as he could, he pulled himself up and changed into a clean set of clothes. He had been left in the outfit he had been kidnapped in, and while it was still in one piece and didn't have any tears, he still didn't want to continue wearing it after who knows how long. On quiet feet he exited the room, opening the bedroom door in just the right way its hinges wouldn't squeal and keeping his feet where the flooring made barely a sound at the contact. There were plenty of loose floorboards, squeaky doors and awkward object placements to trip up on and alert others of your presence in the small back room that he had made his living space, but he knew it inside out and could navigate it just as easily without his sight as with. He had tried. Once out of the bedroom, it was only a matter of 3 steps and turning a corner to see the kitchen area and living room, but he paused to hear who exactly had made their way in. Bright and innocent, Ari's voice rang out, chattering endlessly about the newest of her favorite hero fights she had seen. A pause, just the right amount of length to be a wordless question, and a vague rustling of a familiar cloth was the signal for 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's attendance. Ari was speaking again now, but he knew he had heard another person, so he waited a while longer, and was quickly rewarded when a cheerful male voice broke in, interjecting to add something in a tone too low for him to hear. So that was who saved him as well then. Probably. With a sigh, he turned the corner to see the 3 of them all gathered about the kitchen as Nox and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 made breakfast. At least he thought that was what was going on, They seemed to be in quiet disagreement on what to make and so were secretly sabotaging the other while working. "Hello Friday child, did you know Yue sent a message for you? It's on the table." Figures Nox would know he was there. Life was busy in the next few weeks for one Izuku Midoriya, but it was preferable to the panic of the last one. His identity was more than just common knowledge. He had his own fan merchandise now, for crying out loud. And while he may have enjoyed it not all that long ago, being known for saving the whole of Hosu, or as a hidden hero with a heart as wide as his knowledge, now he could only see it as yet another obstacle standing in his way. He was unable to conduct his work in peace with all the attention he garnered from just walking one step outdoors, and discreet meetings were completely out of the question. For that wasn't enough, Yue continued to harass him. At first it was their usual, gentle persuasion, but bit by bit he could feel them poking deeper into his records to try and find something they could tug on. Whether that loose string unraveled everything he had worked hard to build for himself in order to help others with, or sent him tumbling into their grasp again, didn't seem to matter to them, and he knew they wouldn't have to dig far before they found it. Aries' forged papers. His forged papers. His forged emancipation. Jin's forged BRH certificate. Jin's forged papers. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's hobby. Katsuo's family. Katsuo's delicate past. The Johnsons' even more delicate past. There were any number of strings in the web of lies which he rested upon that could send him tumbling in every which way, and yet still he couldn't bring himself to employ the blackmail. It wasn't right to use innocence like that, even when said innocents were part of the corporation dead set on dragging him into the midst of their mindless horde. He'd become what he had to help people. He wouldn't be that anymore if he used it to hurt people. Any way it went, Deku would be destroyed, tainted by the wrongdoing, chained to Yue, or worse. He'd struggle for as long as he could before he fell into the pit, but he knew his days as a free agent were limited. So he enjoyed them as well as he could despite his struggles. In between burning the precious files he had so painstakingly compiled, he would spoil his precious little sister. And when he wasn't tying up loose ends with other informants and transferring favors, he was talking with Katsuo. The informants gave him pitying looks and were quick to distance themselves, always being especially cautious. They knew what was going on, and he had to wonder if that was why they never tried to stand out, because if they did they would be separated from the herd and thus vulnerable to both sides. It didn't matter any longer. As he double-checked that all of his assets were in position and where he wanted them, he cooked with 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. It was a peaceful lull in the storm. It could maybe even be considered nice, but it wouldn't last. He knew it. He hated it, but there was nothing to be done. He wouldn't run. Within the month, 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, the only one of them who had a chance in winning, braced themselves, buckling down to prepare for the fight of all of their lives. A custody battle for one Chisaki Eri. Izuku couldn't help the sneer that formed on his face. Eri was never and would never be related to that dash. Not one of them had high hopes that he would be able to win. Not when he was placed to fight for custody against 𝐴 himself, not when he didn't already have custody. But there was nothing else they could do but fight with everything they had against the odds, especially once they saw how terrified she was of the hero. She didn't like strangers, and appearance-wise, behavior-wise when in public, and his cleaning habits all reminded her of Overhaul. She had been saved by cheery, nervous, talkative Deku, and for the most part his friends were like him in these aspects. They were open and welcoming and above all expressive when it came to their mannerism. To her they had felt like home from the first time she spoke with them. Each had tiny tics and traits that reminded her of her personal hero Izuku. Each made themselves easy enough to read to her. She knew when they were happy, when they were annoyed. The pro-hero was not like that. He was straight to the point and intimidating and seemed to never tell anyone what he was thinking in that moment. He was quiet, strict, and at most times Eri struggled to get a read on him. To her, she was unfamiliar and scary. Yes, the hero shared some traits with her big brother. Like Izuku, he was always calculating his next move, but it wasn't the same as her family. He was scary. Seconds from what seemed like the hero's inevitable victory, Izuku used up both of his 2 favors and got 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 full custody of her. He already knew what was going to come next. As he expected, the reprieve didn't last, and within the week 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 was once again bracing to do battle in court against the heroes, as this time 𝐸𝐴 took a more direct approach. It was likely the reason they went after Eri in the first place, because they knew he would always do anything for her, even if it meant using up his insurance policy that he had won from helping 𝐸𝐴 vet students. All so that she would be comfortable and home. He knew 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐻 knew he wouldn't use his blackmail either. Not if he was using decent heroes as his personal puppets. So he did the only thing that he could do, made a few calls, and finally sold himself. For the second year of high school, one Kobayashi Izumi would be going to 𝐸𝐴 Academy, but his medical decisions would all be made by 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 or Edo Katsuo. There was nothing else to be done for it. He lowered his head in defeat, alone in the room he had so carefully crafted with his own two hands. For the very last time in a long while, ownership had been passed to Katsuo long ago. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and Katsuo were the only ones without any obvious things they could be attacked for now, and as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 was taking care of Eri, Katsuo was taking ownership of the properties Deku held. Katsuo may not have any standing offense, but his record wasn't squeaky clean. He would have stood even less of a chance than 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had. He felt with some cruelty at least he had made it infinitely clear to the world that he had been pressured into this. He would have an escape route open when he was finally out of their control. Deku. Jean. I can't let you don't. Deku only then turned to face the other. Tracks of black tears ran down Jin's face in large gooey tracks. Their eyes were unobscured by sunglasses for once, showing the vulnerable look that was plastered onto their face. He knew no one else would be able to recognize it though. If Jin's quirk was good for anything, it was masking any emotion into one that could inspire fear. He looked like he had just crawled straight from a horror movie to murder the audience. Izuku knew what it hid though. Izuku. Izumi offered a weak smile, standing up and brushing himself off. I know. And he did. The words the other could not say. He and Jean always had been able to understand each other like that. Watch over everything for me and take care of each other no matter what. Jean smiled weakly back. I'll hold down the fort. Good. I'll be back soon then. Until then. Izumi smiled through his lies. They both knew he wasn't coming back. As far as it mattered, Deku was as dead as Izuku Midoriya. Until then. Izumi didn't look back as he walked out to the car waiting to take him to 𝐸𝐴 with a worn yellow bag slung over his shoulder. It was almost ironic he fought so hard to not go to the place he would have killed to go to not even 10 years before. He couldn't find it in himself to laugh, so instead he forced a bright, cheerful smile even as he felt a piece of himself die inside. He shoved that part deep down. He could act, he would stay strong for Ri. They would be keeping an eye on him, he was sure. You said your name was Kobayashi, yeah? Yeah, it's Kobayashi Izumi. I'm sorry. I'm not the best with names. Izumi laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. At the front of the room, red eyes narrowed in a way that, if noticed, would send most of Class 1A running. Izumi noticed, although he didn't so much flinch. They knew he wouldn't play along with 𝐻𝐻𝐻's games. This would be temporary one way or another. You don't happen to know a Hideki, do you? Oh, and it's Yaoyorozu. Izumi nodded, struggling to keep the dark satisfaction from his face as he always did. He was a fool if he thought the green net was going down without a fight or hadn't suspected this betrayal. In other words, he was a fool. 𝐻𝐻 hadn't seen it coming and still didn't suspect a thing. And it felt good. 𝐸𝐴 wouldn't know what hit them at the end of the year. He hadn't wanted to do this, but he had set up a final trick should they force him. He had made it clear he wasn't on the hero's side and had made his peace in what he did, and then quickly grew to enjoy it more than anything. No, sorry, we haven't met. It's a fairly common last name though. Oh, that's a shame. He was in this class earlier this year, but then he just disappeared during the sports festival. Oh no. And the teachers don't know anything. At the shake of her head, his green eyes widened further. That's horrible. Yaoyorozu Momo nodded in agreement. There's even rumors going on that he was a spy for the League, seeing as he fled right before several were revealed. He looked properly horrified at that, leaning forward in interest. Well, what do you think? You knew him, right? I think he didn't have the heart for that. Or at least the motivation. I think becoming a hero just wasn't for him. Izumi nodded along. I suppose pressure gets to everyone. What was your quirk again? his responding smile earned him a weird look. It was smug and nostalgic and wistful and amused, all wrapped in one with parts she couldn't quite figure out. Pantomath. It's an information quirk. That seems useful. It's rare for purely internal quirks to make it into the hero course. I know, even harder at this time of year honestly, but I suppose you saw the news about what brought me here. He smiled, talking easily with 𝐻𝐼𝐻𝗧𝗟𝗘 and 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻𝗃, who had joined them, as he walked with her towards the cafeteria. It had been heavily censored, but he still got some things out about UA forcing a poor, defenseless student into their hero course. Their PR group would be very busy with the damage control he had left for them for a long while, especially with the backlash done from USJ and a later incident when several reporters snuck in and harassed a few students. Whoops, how was he supposed to know they planned to do that? He'd only casually mentioned it while they were interviewing him. Sure, it was odd how much he got paid for one 30-minute group interview, but what were they going to do? He knew some people who owed him one and could easily make it headlines what a UA student was doing. There had been quite a few close calls that he had had to navigate out of, but overall his plan was running as smoothly as could be expected. The class sizes had dropped suddenly due to the accusations going around, and many began looking towards other ways to accomplish their specific goals. And if certain positions opened suddenly or he let slip to other students about different jobs, that was hardly his fault, he muttered and talked to himself sometimes. Things fell through, however. It was only natural. All plans had their hiccups, but he hadn't quite been prepared for this. He should have guessed 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻𝗃 would catch on quickly and respond. What was worse was he didn't have time to properly respond to the series of publicity stunts and increased coverage of heroes, not to mention the new All Might movie that was about to be released, before he was shipped off to training camp. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻𝗃 really was a skilled opponent. The grin formed unbidden on his face at the thought of a challenge. Are you doing all right, Izumi? You have a funny look on your face right now." Izuku turned, blinking as he felt Toru's finger poke his nose. "I'm fine, don't worry, we're almost there though. They'll let us out at the break point and we'll probably have to walk the rest of the way." "Really?" the invisible girl asked, slumping back in her chair. Momo patted her shoulders sympathetically across the aisle. I just wanted to relax after this long bus ride. I don't think we're going to get much chance for that." Momo sighed as well. Their prediction were proven right as the whole class was sent down to the forest in a landslide. The three sighed. Izuku hadn't been lying when he said that he had made a dent in Class 1A. While he hadn't reported many people as spies, only the ones who had purposefully hurt others, he had worked as well to plant some ideas into other students' heads of other things that they could be doing for a career that would fulfill their goals. And then when UA had taken action against him, he sent, using a variety of methods, reminders of those ideas. His task had been more difficult for the kids outside of 1A, but he had succeeded in redirecting enough that 1A's size reduction did not stand out too much. He had even reached a few outside their year. Some went to specialized hero schools or to ones outside of the country. His goal had never been to get rid of the next generation of heroes. It was to loosen UA's grasp on the world enough he could slip out when they acted. And all of that hard work had been sent crumbling to the ground just like his broker agency in one smooth motion. UA had regained its standing with the tenacity of a bulldog, albeit with no subtlety. Like a RBB band, it had snapped back as if nothing had happened. It was infuriating. Once more he could only watch as all his work was so easily dissembled, leaving him to only scrap at the pieces. He had been prepared for counter-strategies, but nothing this soon or quick, and definitely not for it to affect things so quickly. Like pushing a boulder uphill. Izuku grimaced. He was finding himself drowning just like he had been before at UA. Yet this time he was without the rope that was his ability to leave at any time or the support of his friends in Eri. He had only ever wanted to help others. And they had told him he couldn't. That he was useless. That he was weak, helpless, quirkless, useless. Until someone didn't. That was all he had needed to soar, to rise up from the mess of shattered dreams and reality that he had drifted through and called living. And rise up he did, a few faked documents, and he officially existed again, this time as Sato Izumi. Izumi was a quiet person, well-behaved and thoughtful from a young age, but otherwise they hadn't stood out much to any of the preschool teachers they had had before their quirk manifested. He caught most of the usual childhood sicknesses, broke his arm once, and sprained his wrist in a nasty fall once as well. Altogether, he had a very average early childhood. His quirk hadn't shown itself, however. In fact, it didn't until an accident that happened shortly before they began second grade. Izumi had gotten caught up in a fight that was started by a drunk brawl that involved reckless quirk use when returning from the store late one night and had escalated, tearing up the street. Izumi had been separated from his mother and, sadly, she had passed, leaving them an orphan, but before he could meet a similar fate, he had been saved by a bystander who had stepped out of a nearby store. Izumi's quirk manifested and was registered shortly after the accident. An information quirk that was named Pantomath, both for its ability to in some way discover and analyze information and the insatiable curiosity it inspired. Documentation of Izumi was very scarce after this, as he very rarely became sick or injured, and he was quickly adopted by a kind but elderly woman, Kobayashi Aki, and homeschooled until he went to an online college early, helped by the quirk that had manifested. Very quickly afterwards, he graduated with a dual major. The death of Aki led to an abrupt disappearance of any paperwork or other documentation of one Kobayashi Izumi. A week later, Deku made his first appearance. Deku quickly became renowned for his mostly unknown information quirk, Pantomath, and grew in power both seen and unseen. Deku was always careful to hide how much this was true, but never to the extent of paranoia. Overconfident in his own abilities to find information and predict others despite being more hesitant anywhere else, it was never something he bothered with, and if someone was skilled and determined to look hard enough, they would be able to find out his true name, Kobayashi Izumi, as well as his investments and other business dealings, although never who they were with or what they were about. That information was never recorded, for the client's confidence and peace of mind, of course. The oversight of hiding his transactions was honestly understandable. He was a beginner with little experience with the world outside of his little bubble world. He was sheltered and young, only distinguished by his strong quirk. But the quirk in some way helped with information, it did not guide his actions. Management was clearly a weakness of Deku's. All of this was a lie. There had never been a Kobayashi Izumi. All of the documents had been carefully and painstakingly forged. The acquaintances alongside other witnesses carefully selected to see him as he went shopping every other week for himself and his pseudo-grandmother. College courses had been speedily gone through until he graduated with 2 majors that he already knew he would never use. All this was done while practicing, learning, and preparing to resurface under the tutelage of 𝐻𝐿, a person uniquely positioned to have more practice than any other in the creation of a spotless, hole-free new identity. It had taken time for Izumi to truly be born from the shards that were Izuku and then to shape that new person into Deku. But he had done it. Deku wasn't seen as anything Izuku was. He had a powerful quirk, although not in the traditional way, and he wielded it with precision and skill. He was confident, but awkward outside of his circle of knowledge, a tad bit awkward in conversation and inexperienced in world matters despite being steadfast in his belief. When it came to finding information, however, he couldn't be beat. Because that wasn't just what he did, it was who he was. And they saw him succeeding like nobody had before and looked to take that from him. To rip away his very identity, so he conformed. So he shone for them. And only them. He had made a promise that day after he had jumped. If he was to live, truly live, he would not ever let others shape him as they pleased. He would not let them drag him to where they thought best. He wouldn't just fall in line. Not ever again. He would be as fluid as a willow tree swaying in the wind, but he would not go with the wind. He would stand his ground. He had chosen where he stood and he would not move from it. It didn't matter what capacity he did it in, he would help anyone who, for whatever the reason, could not help themselves. But he could not do that in the spotlight that it seemed 𝐻𝐿 was constantly dragging him towards under UA's banner. He was not All Might who could punch his way out. If he had to choose between living but on their terms, by their rules, or... He did not know what he would choose. And that more than anything 𝐻𝐿 could ever do frightened him. Because he honestly didn't know what to do. He had gotten so used to being able to freely help everybody he met. And now he was unable to do anything as a hero in training besides patrol and train day in and day out, with someone accompanying him and making sure he didn't get distracted. Distracted? By what? Someone who could use a hand or had had a long day. That wasn't distracted. The new restrictions made something infinitely clear: he was unable to help people. So while he had been given the chance he never even considered he would have, of completing his childhood dream, in the end it was at the cost of the true goal that had always stood behind his dream: helping others. That wasn't something he could live with. He couldn't help but stare as blue tongues of flame licked up from the fog and the forest burst into flames. He'd wondered when the League would make its next move. Despite being kept busy trying to buy those final weeks, he'd still been curious. Not just about the League, of course. There had been so many things that he had been excitedly waiting for: the completion of, the debut of, the continuation of. And he had to set it all aside indefinitely. He couldn't get in touch with old contacts, if they would even speak with an UA student. Trapped under the watchful eye of UA during the school year, and the world knew it. That made meeting some of the shadier people more than a little difficult, both considering he couldn't get away all the time, and when he did he had to be careful they didn't know who he was or what he was doing lest they get suspicious. He was a hero in training now, after all. And from a well-recognized, prestigious school too. No one could be seen as someone in the middle. He'd seen that long ago as an informant, always suspected to be playing both sides, but as a hero it was worse, as he couldn't just ignore it. All the past he had as an informant was forgotten with his contacts the moment he set foot in UA as a student. Even if he tried to find them again it would be difficult. They would have fled. They wouldn't talk when he found them, that was for sure. None of that was the point right now. The point was that the League was attacking and the forest was on fire. The latter part was probably the issue he should focus on, right? It wasn't that he cared all that much that the League was attacking as long as no one died. He sighed before charging towards the burning forest, changing direction abruptly when he heard one of the pro heroes, 𝐒𝐮𝐿, call that she couldn't find 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. He took off to the place the kid was most likely to be. The rocky outcropping, that coincidentally would make a great lookout spot. He hoped none of the League members had similar ideas as him, and ran. With their PR skills he doubted it would be for the reasons he had thought of, even if it was the same result. And no, he wasn't still annoyed by the wasted potential. The trip up took far too much time, and he had never been more glad he had had to stay in shape as he reached the top, seeing he was just in time. Muscular, quirk muscle augmentation, recently escaped villain. Although the authorities didn't want anyone to know about that, the panic of people escaping Tartarus was not something they would like. Quite frankly, neither would he. He eyed up the blonde-haired villain as they loomed over the frightened child. He would have to make this fast. He picked up a rock and threw it at them. It connected soundly with the other's shoulder, causing them to turn their attention to him despite being completely unscathed. He walked forward as if unconcerned, and then, as he passed 𝐀𝐮𝐿, stupidly entering the other's fist range, shoved them off down the path. "Run." There was no panic or sternness in his voice. It was said with complete casualness. And both the villain and kid paused. "Now please." 𝐀𝐮𝐿 took a few more uncertain steps, and Izuku knew it wouldn't cut it. Sometimes, people were absolute idiots. He killed my parents." Izuku glanced over at Muscular, who was remaining unusually silent as he sized him up before warily returning his attention to the kid. Seeing the villain had no intention of attacking just yet. "Yes," he agreed. "The water hose heroes, he's about to kill you too. So run." "So you do know who I am, Deku?" The other laughed. "I was beginning to wonder. Shigaraki told us about you. We're supposed to take you alive, but you know what? I don't think I will." "How delightful of you." Izuku smiled back. "Your quirk is rather impressive. I don't doubt you will win. Highly likely you'll still be able to run and catch up with the kid even if we stand here for another 5 minutes, and he ran when I first told him, I'd say. 93%, and only that low because he knows the area. What do you think?" "Oh, trying to make a bet, huh?" Izuku smiled pleasantly back, meeting his eyes. "We both know you're going to win. Why not make it interesting? If you can't catch him after the 5 minutes and my death within a time frame you give, obviously I'll already be dead, so it's not like anyone can hold you to it. Then, let's say you don't look for any other people for 10 minutes. Sounds fair? Yes. It will be like a game." "I think I like the way you think, kid." Muscular laughed again. "You're on?" Izuku smiled and moved to sit on a rock by the side of the cliff, and Muscular's eyes moved to 𝐀𝐮𝐿. "Kid, run." He ran. Izuku hummed, kicking his feet some as he leaned against the wall. So what now, Deku? What is your great plan for beating me? My plan? I still have 5 minutes, but then... I guess. Honestly, it was the plan originally, before you and the League attacked anyway. It changed somewhat since then, but... What can you do? Izuku shrugged half-heartedly. Don't worry, I'll definitely try to put up a good fight. Won't be boring, even after though you'd still have hide and seek, so it's more interesting than just killing us both with a single hit or something. They laughed wildly and he had to wonder which of them appeared more cracked right then. You definitely have an odd way of acting, kid. I've been told that too. Most of the people who say the first thing end up beaten though. The first thing? 𝐻𝐮. Like the way you think, I believe. Oh. So you're getting cocky now. No, that was a fact. Just as it's a fact I can't win in a true fight against you. Silence fell again as Muscular impatiently paced and destroyed things, but all the same kept to the deal, the 5 minutes slipping by easily until it was nearly time. Not going to run. No, I promised I would fight. You really are an odd kid. Yes, well, have been since I was around for, who knows, maybe before too. The whole quirk business really affected the way I look at things. Izuku slid to the side as the alarm they had set sounded, just barely avoiding getting crushed by the fists that came at him. The rock he had been sitting on wasn't as lucky, however. You really are a slippery thing. I try. Izuku dodged around them as they attacked again, shooting twice at his face from the side with a muffled gun that he kept hidden on him. An enraged roar answered as one shot hit his mechanical eye and got stuck. The other met a barricade of muscle as the reddish tendons rose up. The next hit came even faster and Izuku wasn't able to fully dodge inside. He spun some from the impact, but was rewarded as the others seized suddenly. He threw the wasted, high-voltage taser to the side and pulled and shot another. When faced with pure muscle, brute force would do nothing, nor would pressure points, and the eyes were far too small a target to logically aim for, but muscles reacted to electric currents. They would spasm when met with it, and the villain had a nice reddish target covering all over them. Izuku didn't conceal the smirk as he shot a third taser, ditching both of the used ones. Yes, they wouldn't be getting up anytime soon after that. Plus, Muscular wasn't exactly known for his excellent teamwork. It was unlikely anyone knew where he was to help. But he would live. Probably. He shot a fourth for good measure. The villain had determination and resistance in bounds. He wouldn't take any chances, and then turned to make his way down the hill at a quick jog. He had places to be and a few last plans to fulfill. He hadn't completely lied to the villain about his intentions, he just hadn't said when and by who. He had to make sure Koda would be safe first, for the other would definitely have pursued the target after the punishment time ended. He caught up easily to the kid and quickly directed him back to base. The long way so he didn't get caught up with the fighting. To his pleasant surprise, he found the villain he was looking for next and, after a short scuffle and some shouted, "Reveal yourselves," and other similarly dramatic phrases, the world went black. Whoa. Welcome back, Deku. So much for siding with the heroes. How did that work out for you again? Izuku groaned, lifting his head from his chest to stare blearily at Shigaraki. I feel like I was hit by a truck. Yes, you should have just come quietly again. Fighting isn't exactly your forte. Only took compress 3 minutes to catch you. I might have overestimated you. You keep saying that and yet keep ending up surprised. They snorted. Yes, you do have that horrible habit of evolving every time I turn my back. You're quite annoying for a NPC. I try. Someone has to make your takeover interesting, don't you think? Maybe, but don't think that works on me, Deku. Save it for the heroes you enjoy pandering to so much. Ah, the wonders of being an informant. Deku turned a careful eye over his surroundings, a room that seemed to be in use as a makeshift cellar with stacks and barrels of alcohol all around, him tied to another wooden chair like he had before. Shigaraki stood grinning above him. Yes, you best hope your little fire friend doesn't come for you again, it won't end well. I've got other guests to see to now, but I'll send some of my people down to interrogate you. Eventually, who knows, there might not be anything left once the other rats get done with you. Did no one tell you? I'm the best rat in the business, it's more if you'll find where they scampered off to hide. Maybe suggest they bring some better traps. Well, we caught you, so-called best rat. One finger tilted his chin up so that their eyes met. It won't be long until you tell everything you know and start helping us instead of the 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Deku paused, for once unsure of what to say in return. No one knows what tomorrow will bring, I suppose. The other let his head drop and turned to stalk out, leaving the door open behind him. He wasn't surprised to find that the villain really did leave him in the makeshift cellar for some time. Stupid of them, really. They thought he hadn't started planning on getting caught again from the moment he first saw their attack, if the chance arose. At least they didn't anticipate him trying to get caught after he strongly showed that he was putting up what little fight he could. By putting up just enough of a fight, and discreetly checking over all of his weapons, alongside a few other small deceptions. The small knife slipped into his hand, unnoticed by their search as they thought they knew where all his weapons were already, and he began sawing at the ropes. They'd even left the door open for him. He only had to wait for his interrogators to arrive now. He heard a telltale rustle in the tree just diagonally behind him to his right before he could fully turn. They spoke. Well, look who it is. The informant Deku himself. Congratulations. Today is your lucky day. You get first row on the stage of your own liberation from the hero's clutches, by myself, 𝐻𝐿𝐿, magician and author of the art of deception and illusion. And yet you still decided to warn me of that. Izuku grinned up at him, cocky, especially considering your name is your quirk, although I suppose I knew everything you said already anyway. Did Shigaraki tell you I wouldn't resist kidnapping? Because I may not have any longing to be a hero, but they can only keep their grasp on me until I'm an adult, and until then it's limited. Besides, I've already been kidnapped once, good experience, I suppose, but enough for a repeat. 𝐻𝐿𝐿 laughed, tipping his hat. He did in fact warn us that you may resist, but it's no use for you to struggle. He watched as 𝐻𝐿𝐿 slid out of view, a rustle sounding somewhat to the right. Then further out. Then on the left. Then behind him. 𝐻𝐿𝐿 was going to keep making it seem like the rustles was really him then and make Deku jumpy, never knowing where the villain was until capture was as easy as slipping behind him. He'd play ball then. Shaking hands, quickly patted himself down before finding the one-time use, but long-distance taser he had on him. He held it with a practiced, albeit trembling, hand as he turned in time to the rustling. When a snap sounded, he set the taser off. Nothing. He tossed it to the side once more, running a hand over his weapons to mentally catalog them. Another snap accompanied by a rustle on his other side. He turned to the snap, then rustle, then back. Swung around in a circle and then slowly moved to put his back to a tree. Every few rustles he'd make a comment and occasionally get an appropriately dramatic response. A few more weapons were used, then discarded before he spoke. Villain, Mr. 𝐻𝐿𝐿, otherwise called 𝐶𝐿𝐿 𝐴𝐻𝐻, wanted for thievery, primarily that is. It's not much of a surprise to see you join the league, although I wish I could say I'd already heard you had joined. It's been a busy few months. A lie. Even if he wasn't as up-to-date about the world's going on as he would like, some information had been delivered to him by the bi-monthly group. There was only so much they could do, however. Oh, you know me. I must say it's an honor. He didn't bother looking at where the voice came from. He already knew they could throw their voice. Quirk. Anything you touch you can compress into a small marble. Perfect for smuggling, although I suppose the gentleman thief so many talented people like you go for would appeal to you flair. And of course I know of you. I make a point to remember a great deal about many people. He kept the other information he kept on 𝐶𝐿𝐿 to himself. There was no need to make him expect deception, and someone as skilled in it as 𝐻𝐿𝐿 would definitely notice if he wasn't careful. Izuku spun before the attack landed, deflecting the reaching hand, his other selecting a short knife and lashing out. Aiming for the mask. So cold of you, Deku. Kidnapping. So cold of you, Mr. 𝐻𝐿𝐿. Although I must say, at least you had the decency to give an introduction. Very few people do, and it's just so rude. I'm glad to hear someone appreciates it. Deku stuck mostly to dodging their hands, careful to keep an eye out for his misdirections. So caught up in the misdirections of the actual attacks he didn't realize it was all one just big misdirection as he was driven to the edge of the clearing where the ground became rockier. He continued, not noticing, until he was able to trip over one of said rocks, giving 𝐻𝐿𝐿 the chance to finally reach out and capture him. It was a matter of pride that had him flailing some as he went down so that he caught the other's arm with his knife. Not a deep wound, but enough to leave a mark, for a short while at least. He really hated throwing fights, but he had to get captured with as little injury as possible, and fighting for real would not allow that. Nobody expected that to know how to fight anyway. The moment his two interrogators walked in was the moment that he realized he had miscalculated. Big time. His plan would have to change again, but even then he didn't think there was anything he could do. This change would definitely mess with his precepts' plan. One was tall and muscular. Blonde hair swept neatly to one side and a calm smile on his face, an expression that completely contrasted with the hate-filled anticipation that danced in his large, dough-shaped eyes. On his arm was an older man, their posture was crooked, but they still kept pace easily, their cane clicking with every other step. Clouded eyes glanced unseeingly over the room, landing on Deku the moment he spoke. "Hello, Wolf Jones. I admit I did not anticipate this happening. How's work for you, Jones? Last I heard you will keep your mouth shut this time if you want to make it out intact." The younger, Jones, didn't snarl the words. Instead his smile grew, still looking completely natural despite the words and the obvious displeasure that gleamed from his eyes. The fire in those eyes that Izuku had missed the first time they met danced, fanned by hatred. The older patted Jones' arm gently, moving forward and toward Deku. "And yet I am to be left sane, if I will be of any use, so let's keep this quick. I should have figured this was your game, don't Shigaraki wants his quirk. Jones, you can see what he is doing as well as I can, don't go trying to sink your teeth into him yet." Wolf spoke softly as he ran weathered fingers over Izuku's face. "You know why the two of us were sent, don't you?" Deku hummed slightly, not moving his head. "I know. We both know you would be nothing without your quirk, and they can still remove it from your mindless corpse. Don't test me, I'm far more valuable, more important, better, than a loose cannon like you will ever be. All your worth is because of your quirk. Without it nobody would care about a smug, discarded, useless bastard like you." It had always puzzled him how the other managed to keep up such a naturally kind and amenable mask while talking. Their words rarely if ever matched up with it. Izuku smiled sadly. "I know." He tilted his head slightly as Wolf moved their hands to his neck. "But I think you're projecting. After all, my parents were married." "You Wolf wordlessly sent a disapproving frown Izuku's way and held up a hand to Jones to stop them mid-step. Jones fell back again. "Still the same soft spot, Jones. Come on, I'd heard you were a big boy now, are you still not over that leak? The moment Wolf is done. The very moment. You are going to be in so much pain. You will beg for I believe this will be the 6th time you've failed to perform as you promised. Wolf, leave the room when you finished if you are so concerned." Jones cut Wolf off before they even had time to scold him. His voice remained at the same tone most used to speak of the weather. Even Deku had to admit it was unsettling and made it difficult to realize the intent behind the words if you weren't already aware of Jones' nature. "Our job, Jones, is to get information. He will talk. Once I'm done, don't worry. He'll tell anything just so he doesn't have to see me." Wolf just sighed and shook his head. Izuku grinned cheekily over his head to Jones. "It's fine, Wolf. 2 professionals in this room is enough. Considering you keep provoking him, I believe it's only the one. We both know Jones doesn't get sloppy with anger, and yet still, even now you insist. He promised he'd follow orders before, and yet he'll still get the information from you, he just won't stop after." Wolf shook his head in defeat. "It always was like this, I suppose. I, for one, never understood your plans." Wolf turned to Jones. "Well, how is it now?" Throughout the conversation his appearance had slowly begun shifting to match Izuku's, although his coloring remained the same and there were a few differences. The hair is the same shade of green as before, the eyes too. The hair's color shifted, more slowly the eyes followed, although they still remained unfocused. Jones gave him a considering once-over. It was why they made such a good team. Despite Jones having a vicious streak 10 miles wide and being easy to provoke, he always kept a level enough head and had a keen eye for details and colors. They didn't work together often, but he was a near-perfect partner for Wolf's quirk, Wolf in sheep's clothing, which allowed him to change his appearance as he pleased. A bit taller I think, half centimeter, and the eyes should be a shade lighter. Just a touch darker now. Skin should be a bit tanner than before too. You forgot the smile, Wolf. It hasn't changed, but if you keep smiling like that, they'll be concerned. Izuku chimed in helpfully, and a wide, relieved smile crossed his Wolf's face. Then it morphed to be fear-filled. Water the eyes a bit more. Most don't help like this. Wolf commented even as he obeyed, once more changing his expression to match. Just like last time, I refuse to be poorly impersonated. Are you saying I'm a poor impersonator now? I'm saying we both remember what happened last time you tried it. Wolf faked a shudder before laughing, Izuku joining in as if he had nothing to be concerned, for Jones' rage reached new heights, although the change was only visible in his eyes. Well, I'm sure I'll be seeing you in no time, but I do believe that's all I need. Let's hope next time we're on the same side. It's always great. Izuku let out a tired sigh as he realized what he had started to say. In a defeated voice he finished his sentence, "It's always great to see you too." Wolf offered Izuku's bright smile back to him, running a hand through green locks to ruffle them up a bit. "Told you I'd have you making blind jokes in no time. And you remember what I said about your puns?" Wolf froze, his smile shrinking, no longer looking as if it belonged on Izuku's face. "Oh, your plan." He replaced the smile on his face with an even more distinctly Deku look of concern. It was genuine this time, not trying a new expression. "Well, I suppose I'll be seeing you sooner than I thought then." "Yep, be sure to attend. I made Katsuo promise to cook." "Are you done?" Jones broke in and, receiving a solemn nod, made his way to Izuku again. "Well, Deku, this is going to hurt you more than me." They pressed a finger into their mouth before placing it onto Izuku's cheek. Pain glazed over his bright green eyes. Jones' quirk made whatever his saliva touched experience the worst pain possible. Somehow it got worse when he was in a bad mood, and with Deku he was always in a poor mood. With an excited but still casually friendly smile they leaned down. Wolf stood frozen by the open door, his back to the two as the screams rose in volume, pitching painfully high and shrill. Most people lasted seconds once they evoked his rage, and the mere mention of Deku had always been able to make his anger ride up. For whatever Deku had done, the other hated him with such a burning passion that they would go against the world to see him suffer just a tiny bit more. Wolf closed his sightless eyes as if it would drown out the screams. He could still hear the screaming and then the thumps as Jones such to physically punching or kicking at them. More screams. They had gone hoarse now though. A knife was drawn. More solid hits. Screams. Blows. Silence fell, but Wolf still did not turn. He would wait for someone to guide him to where the other UA students were to take the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐻, whose face he was now wearing as if it was his own, place, and impersonate him until he was told to stop. Because he was an informant. And this was his job. There was nothing else to be done, no matter if the kind, cheery boy deserved it or not. All he could do was stand and wait for his 𝐶𝐻. He was left standing in silence as Jones moved past him to report. The silence weighed almost as much as the screams did, accusing him. But there was nothing to be done. The time passed in silence. BLD coated the room's floor, as slowly dimming eyes stared out the doorway, not seeing 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 as he and Shigaraki walked to the front of the room. Empty except for one person who lay bleeding out onto the cold floor, a deep red that already coated the school uniform soaking into the dark green of his hair as green eyes normally so lifelike dulled, losing one last spark of conscience. Izuku smiled one final time before he departed. "What did you do with Izumi? Where did you take him?" Momo screamed at them as she fought her bonds. There were 3 of them in the room, and yet despite that, 4 students had been taken. It made no sense to just take Izumi from the room, because his treatment as he was manhandled from the room, through a portal and thrown into a room before it closed as he was being tied up, did not suggest that he was a teammate or spy to the League. It's no use, they're not going to say anything. Tokoyami looked equally worried for the boy. "Tell me." Finally the lone person in the room with the 3 of them glanced up from the glass he was carrying, narrowing yellow eyes. "If you are so eager to join your other friend over there, then do keep on shouting." Other would refer to Bakugo, The boy hadn't stopped swearing and shouting at them, so he had been gagged on top of being tied in ropes and quirk restricting 𝐀𝐮𝐿𝐷𝐶FFS. 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 let out a muffled noise as he glared, lunging with renewed energy at his chains. He hadn't stopped even once, while 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 seemed to have given up, breaking through the thick metal as a lost cause. Momo hadn't bothered at first, only putting up just enough of a struggle for show. Now Momo fell silent. She knew the only reason her disrespect had been tolerated for as long as it had was because they assumed she was still their spy and playing the part to avoid suspicion. Can we at least hear him? As I said, your friend is fine. All the same, 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 raised his hand and a portal opened in the air, although not enough to let them see through. Even 𝐒𝐿𝐵 froze, blanching at the horrible, tortured scream that ripped through the air, raising even louder as the voice cracked. The pained scream continued, echoing on and on and on. For what seemed like hours but what was likely only a minute before 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 regained his senses enough to close the portal. He gave a tired, disappointed sigh, wiping his hands off before walking around to the door. Wait here, it seems the interrogators got a little bit too eager. Behave. They were told specifically. The door closed behind them. Nobody noticed his shaking hands. Total silence fell in the room, 𝐒𝐮𝐿𝐵 not pulling on the restraints for the first time since they arrived. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 not shifting in his spot or glancing as if looking for dark shadow. Momo not leaning forward. None of them knew what to say. Was that what waited for them? If not, what had Izumi done? Only 𝐒𝐿𝐵 put up a fight as the three were pulled from their chairs moments after 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 left. Judging from their confused looks towards the empty bar, the people who were moving them hadn't been sent by their supposed babysitter to fetch the captives, but instead by some earlier order that hadn't been retracted yet. Most of the doors which they passed were left open, showing offices, storage rooms, and occasionally, bedrooms. Momo made sure to keep a close eye out for their green-haired friend as she was in the front. He hadn't technically been part of their class for long, but she froze suddenly with a gasp, not willing to move despite the grunt behind her giving a harsh shove. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 looked over at her, Shigaraki standing further in the room, but they weren't what caught her attention. Izumi was dead. Laying in a pool of blood, beaten and bruised, was the fourth in their group. His normally so lively green eyes staring unblinkingly straight ahead. Izumi was dead. Momo went limp and stopped resisting. Muffled shouts showed that 𝐒𝐮𝐿𝐵 saw it. Resistance sounded as 𝐾𝐮𝐨𝐫 fought to rush to Izumi's side. Bile rose to her throat. Izumi was dead. The door slammed shut. But they all knew what they had saw. They all knew what they had heard. She wasn't sure if she could ever forget it. It just kept repeating in her head, the sounds, the sight. She gagged. Izumi was dead. Deku was dead. The secret, so important that she dared not even think it mere moments ago, didn't matter anymore now that he was dead. He was dead. The room had descended into chaos the moment they received Jin's call. He had the location of the League's base. Of course, very few people trusted his word. He was an unknown. They knew he had a history with Deku, but Deku was hardly a name which they were just going to trust even with past interactions and his enrollment in UA. In fact, it was an open secret amongst heroes that he hadn't been enrolled willingly. He could have joined the League to escape in return for assisting them. In short, there were questions no matter how they looked at it. So they did the only thing they reasonably could do with so many students' lives on the line. They acted on the information, but took precautions in case it did end up being a trap. Jean sat, perched on the roof not far from the location, Sarah and Suzy beside him. You think he's going to be alright? Of course the boss is going to be alright. Even over the comms, Katsuo sounded indignant about Suzy's accusation. He and 𝐾𝐮𝐿𝐵 had stayed with Air to make sure she didn't worry and was safe during Deku's absence. There's no way he's just going to sit there, he'll be out in no time. Suzy glared, and with the heroes again, no doubt. I'm worried. Everyone turned to Sarah. You guys noticed it too, with the heroes, he was giving up. I've never seen him like that before. And Katsuo's voice raising in aggression as he snapped, he'll be fine. I'm not saying he won't be, I have every confidence in him, I'm saying he's been so listless the past few times I've caught a glimpse of him. They've trapped him up there. And the growl was cut off by a yelp. What was that for? 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 spoke up now. Right, sorry, could I? Come on, this is Right, got it, sorry I'm just worried for your big bro, there. Susie leaned forward suddenly as she caught sight of the familiar green-haired boy exiting the building, being led by his arm by someone they didn't recognize. But who's the guy he's with? Jean leaned forward to see more clearly as well, freezing for a few seconds as he watched them. His voice was dark when he next spoke. That's not 𝐻𝐿. What do you mean that's him? They look exactly the 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐴. That thing he's doing with they made a gesture with their hand, and the expression's all wrong too, I mean not completely, but the freckles. They forgot 2 freckles and added an extra, Wait, if that's not him then. Wolf, that bloody dash, watch your language. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 cut Jean off, and then again when he moved to speak again, can hear you. The Johnson sisters clenched their fists, Sarah raising her hand. How about I just bring him up? Ask a few questions on how Nero's doing. No. Jean spoke through bared teeth. Not until we know 𝐻𝐿 is safe. Something's definitely wrong here. He would have said something, especially if he expected Wolf would be here, because their tone was guarded when they next spoke. If the heroes don't act in the next 3 minutes, we're going in. Why? Wolf might be soft for 𝐻𝐿, but the people he teams with, most aren't as neutral for him, and Wolf won't interfere. That one right there, I'm pretty sure that's 𝐬𝐵. He'd kill 𝐻𝐿 the moment he got so much a hint of him. His whole career went up in flames. He was so focused on trying to kill 𝐻𝐿 a few years ago. Susie stared wide-eyed. Geez, what did Nero do? Don't know, he doesn't talk about it. Same with 3 or 4 other informants. Most were incarcerated before we met you 2 because of him, but seems that didn't last as long as we had hoped. No kidding. You think Nero is all right? Jean sighed, bowing his head, trying to think, before he looked back at the fake Deku contemplatively. Follow the fake Susie. Since you can only use so many of your spirits, you aren't suited for a raid. Don't lose him no matter what. Sarah, you stay with me. We raid if the pros don't show within the next 2 minutes. Right. Susie took off and Sarah began stretching in preparation. A minute and a half later, the heroes came into view. All Might led the herd, their position letting them see a second group going around back and a third securing a perimeter. 2 solitary heroes had gone to the houses on either side the moment All Might knocked on the door. It wasn't a horrible plan, especially for one so hurriedly pieced together. The duo watched as the door was blown off and heroes stormed the base in a flood. Cries and shouts rose amongst the sound of battle before it went quiet. 2 nomas were led out of the building, followed by a handful of small-time criminals, but nothing else until they saw them. 3 UA students were gently led out, each wrapped in a shock blanket. One sobbing on the hero who held her shoulder, one had brushed off their hero and cloaked themselves in a shadow-like creature almost covering the blanket from view, and the final one was silent, staring at the ground before them, but their red eyes burned with some sort of determination or hatred, or possibly even both. Deku was still nowhere in sight. Finally, one hero came out and spoke to 𝐻𝐿𝐴 briefly. From a distance they could see the brightly colored necklace had given Deku before the hero festival that he had never taken off since, despite the students still not knowing that he had been Hideki. Jean quickly began typing on the computer that had been sitting ignored beside them, and soon had them tapped into the hero's communication system. They only listened as far as how they had found the distinctive jewelry lying clenched in the fist of a charred corpse. The heroes had interrupted the person burning said corpse before they could completely reduce it to ash, before Jean shut off the connection. He wouldn't hear anymore. It didn't take long before news of Deku came out. Deku, the underground information hero, with his quirk Pantomath. Interviews were conducted with so many of the citizens he had helped. Research was done on the thousands of cases he had concluded or helped conclude. Speculation on what Pantomath did, who his mysterious helpers were. A movie was on track to be made of his life and works. It seemed the general consensus was he would have been great if only his life hadn't been cut horribly short in the raid on the League of Villains. The next number 1 and symbol of peace, even. The eternal hero. He'd even gotten an international day for himself. One Katsuo could barely manage to change from essentially a fundraising event to one about putting aside commercialism to help others. 4. as long as everyday people were willing to act and help each other whenever they could, his legacy would live on. Despite the sudden return of interest in Deku, some information was carefully concealed, his true identity and age for one. Nobody knew who Deku was behind the mask. Fitting, the public clamored to agree at Nexus prompting, just like All Might. No one would find out except the shrunken class 1A who had all been sworn to secrecy. In fact, 1A wasn't even a class anymore, it had joined with 1B when both classes had shrunk so far they couldn't rightly justify having two. Even then, and with the general ed classes being swapped into the hero, there was still only 25 students in the hero course. 4 of 1A remained: Bakugo Katsuki, Kirishima Ijiro, Kota Koji, and Kyoka. It had been a horrible shock. Katsuo had taken bitter amusement that one of the traitors still remained in the hero group from 1A despite only 20% of the class remaining. He wondered if 𝐻𝐿 knew sometimes, but mostly he couldn't bring himself to care enough about Yue's principal. He was so busy taking care of his friends. Kagetaisho didn't outwardly change much, instead devoting himself to Air and joining Katsuo in trying to fight 𝐻𝐿 on what Izuku's final wishes were. All the same, Katsuo would not so easily forget the pained, angry screams and sobs that had come from the room one night when Air was away. Sarah had gone from being reserved to silent, clenching her fists, and her always expressive face moved between varying degrees of frustration and sorrow. Suzy seemed to constantly be on the brink of tears and would always rush to one of them to squeeze them into 2 tight hugs throughout the day, as if she was afraid they would disappear too. Katsuo himself wasn't much better and either fell unusually silent or made increasingly inappropriate for the situation jokes. Despite his own feelings, he still did his best to pull them together, but the boss had always been their glue. He had been the cornerstone for all of them, and now he watched as Jean sighed, slowly pulling himself up from where he had been laying, staring blankly at the empty wall. For the first time since Deku's death, the Johnsons had been running his beloved bar. Tanaka! Katsuo began what seemed like his 1000th helpless plea for a response from the other. Jean didn't make another sound as he brushed past Katsuo and began to methodically change into a black suit similar to the one Katsuo himself wore. He had a funeral to attend. For Tanaka Jean, there would only ever be one more funeral after this that he would ever attend. The others of the bi-monthly meetings only watched. The thousands of other mourners with them, 𝐻𝐿 had ensured that it would be a completely public funeral. As the tension between Jin's unresponsiveness and Katsuo's mounting frustration with him came to its peak, Katsuo reared back his hand suddenly, not even finishing the sentence he had started, and punched Jean hard, right across the face, causing his head to snap back. The other had stopped at one of the farthest seats, barely part of the crowd as he moved it several feet away, and wouldn't join Katsuo and the others going any further up. It seemed that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Katsuo. You aren't the only person who cared for him, Tanaka. He saved all of us, he meant the world to all of us. The boss wouldn't want you to keep living like this. Quit being so selfish for once. Grow up. This is our last time with him after so many years together. Please, please. Tanaka's head snapped back into place, his voice rusty and quiet but carried well as he motioned with one arm to the rest of the funeral and the crowd. He wouldn't have wanted this either. The people there glanced away and shuffled, ashamed. Katsuo had, very publicly at some points of 𝐻𝐿 and his confrontations, worked to have a private funeral, but somehow Yue had been listed as their emergency contact and had complete control of what happened to him after his death. Nobody even guessed Deku was Izumi. Nobody even seemed to wonder where Izumi had disappeared to. Not long after the argument started, Katsuo stormed out with one final comment. Don't ever show your face to me again, Tanaka, not if you plan to keep acting like this. Jean said nothing, trails of a black, inky gel-like substance trailing down his face from beneath his sunglasses. He pulled the chair even further away from the rest before taking a seat, alone and in the back as if the fight never happened. And then he sat, stiff, as if frozen in place, uncaring about the continued stares. As if he too had died when Izumi had. So how is it? It's sort of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to see your own funeral. Katsuo had staged a fight with a nearly unresponsive Jean before storming out and doubling back to sit beside Izuku, who sat also dressed in a black suit on a bench in front of another tombstone. flowers in hand, and, of course, disguised. Izuku laughed sadly. It's actually now my third time. Did you know they had a funeral for Izumi? It wasn't a small or rich town or even particularly connected with each other or anything like that. I barely knew anyone there actually. And yet, 3 months after Izumi disappeared into the forest after their guardian's death, everyone grouped together and held a funeral. The casket was white then too, although they buried it by the forest. Much the same was said, bit smaller crowd the last times though, seems each one the crowd grows a bit. You refer to Izumi as if you aren't them. Katsuo glanced over them curiously. I'm not anymore. Izuku's eyes followed the coffin idly as it was carried to the hole. Izumi died the moment the casket was lowered, the same with the funeral before that, or rather the moment the urn was taken away. This funeral, he gestured to where much of UA, all of the old class 1A, and many heroes had gathered. On the other side, clearly separated, were the civilians, vigilantes, and other non-heroes who he had helped along the way or who had just wanted to attend. It was a fairly large crowd with easily over a few hundred people. Katsuo noted that many of which were as well disguised as Deku himself was, if not better. The front row, reserved for those who knew him especially well and with a good 24 chairs available, was empty besides 3 of them. This funeral is for Deku. He stared at the coffin as it was lowered into the ground, the poppies and wild roses he held in his hand twirling gently around by their joined stems. He paused as he glanced down at the flowers. Although these are more for Hideki, I believe. I guess I became more used to being him than I thought. He sighed. Again. People were called up to say a few words. Suzy burst into tears. 𝐀𝐮𝐿 only held onto air tighter. Nizu went to move, but froze at the icy look 𝐬𝐻 directed towards him. If he tried to say anything after all he had done to make this a public affair, she would make a scene. He mouthed something. She smiled back as if her lips were made of stone and it physically pained her to do so. Then she rose and walked to the hole that the coffin had been oh so carefully lowered into, dropping a paper into it with the coffin. Then she moved to the microphone. I've been asked not to reveal his name here. I can agree to that. Here is not exactly the place for these sorts of disagreements. The name most of you only recently came to know of him as was Deku, as in can't do anything. For him, it was a reminder of something in his past that he didn't like to speak of. But Deku rarely spoke of the past without reason anyway. He was a kind person who would go out of his way to help anybody no matter their story, reputation, quirk, or appearance, which is not something many can say. He did it because he truly cared and for no other reason, and that is something even fewer people can truthfully say about themselves. It was what made him such an inspiration to me. He didn't want fame, money, recognition. He wasn't trying to prove a point. Deku was, well, Deku because he wanted to help others live better lives, whatever the cost. There has never been anyone like him before, and likely, there never will again. He was an outgoing person and had a smile for everyone, but when it came down to it he was a private person and had very few friends who he would trust. I had the privilege of being one of those very few people. We were a group of 6, helping anybody whether they were hero, villain, or civilian as long as they were not seeking to harm others. She gave a bitter smile and looked directly at Nizu. Clearly, it earned him some enemies. She pointedly looked away, but to him it never seemed to matter what he was asked to sacrifice. His time, money, space, freedom, or even his own happiness, as long as he was allowed his continued ability to help others as much as he was able to, and I firmly believe this death wouldn't have happened if that hadn't been taken away from him. I said at the beginning that now was not a traditionally acceptable time for these sorts of disputes, but Deku was never a traditionalist. He did things his way, and I believe if he is watching from above he'll find this one humorous. Nizu shouted something and several heroes lunged out. They dropped like stones as film-like material danced into existence around 𝐬𝐻. She grinned like a shark. I had the honor to stand beside Deku in his life, and I dare to hope people will work to continue his work, his true work, and help and support each other no matter what others have to say about it. He wasn't a professional hero. He was a person like you, like me, who saw people who needed aid and gave it freely and willingly. Deku hid behind the title for he did not find himself worthy enough for the respect, the gratitude his actions earned him. We know better. He believed he was just doing what everyone else did. That helping others like he did was what everyone should and did do. Let's prove him right. He was one of a kind, but he wasn't some distant god who benevolently deigned to help. No, he was a person. Just like everyone else. He was kind, selfless, and a good friend and leader. He was Kobayashi Izumi. A good and caring person, just like everyone else has the potential to be if they dare to try. The film followed her as she returned to her seat, protecting her from any remains of the attacks that had continued through her speech. Some she teleported away, some Suzy put to sleep. She made to protest when air wiggled out of 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's grip to get up from her spot on his lap to speak, but followed her back to the edge of the hole anyway. The whole crowd heard her when she spoke because of the microphone 𝐬𝐶 still gripped tightly in her hand. Air carefully crouched down and dropped a sparkling pink and purple necklace into the grave. The heroes said it was really helpful when identifying you. But Katsuo said we probably won't get it back since they are keeping it, so I made you another. I wasn't given a chance to give it to you directly, no one would let me see you, so this will have to do. Izuku's eyes watered from where he sat and he pulled out the earpiece that was linked to the bug on Jin's suit. He hadn't had any people he was close to at the last one, and the first had symbolized a new beginning as something other than a quirkless nobody. This time people who actually knew him spoke. This time he had been forced into it as a last resort with no plans for after. Katsuo watched the rest of the funeral beside him in silence, pulling him into a one-armed hug. After the coffin was buried, Momo walked to the front in tears to say a few words to 𝐬𝐶. They were pulled into a hug when they burst into tears, 𝐬𝐶's shoulders shaking slightly with repressed sobs as well. Jin just sat there. He hadn't taken a front seat like the rest of the bi-monthly group and maintained his distance afterwards. Ko sitting straight, his face a mask, besides the Johnsons. Suzy squeezed Ri and him in a hug from their right. All three of their faces were coated in tears, more still streaming down, as they held on like the others were a lifeline and they were drowning in the middle of an ocean. Jin still just sat there, his eyes not moving from the sealed white casket even after it had long since been lowered. Not as it was covered with piles of dirt. Not as people cast him pitying looks or offered condolences. He just stared. When the service was packed up and he was alone, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 shooting an uncertain look as he left with a hesitant air, the sisters both trying to convince him before they too left. Then he moved as if in a dream to the marble bench that sat by the tombstone. He didn't look at the tombstone itself. One Katsuo had fought Nizu on almost every step of the way. He sat there as night fell. Katsuo and Izuku descended toward the empty grave and him. Coming to a stop behind him, Katsuo spoke. "Ah, come on, Tanaka, I know I called you a brainless, sorry, half-butted, addled, rotten excuse for a bad mistake. Among a few other things, but I didn't mean it." He had said all of those things before storming out, although not exactly like that. With a series of crackling snaps, Jin's head twisted all the way around, making Katsuo jump. Jin didn't tend to show his flexibility, often, to see the two standing directly behind him. His eyes, still covered by dark sunglasses, landed on Izuku, and suddenly he moved and the shorter found himself pulled into a tight hug, nearly falling over the cold bench from the tug. "Jin. It's okay. I'm here." Jin laughed despite choking on a sob as he held on to Izuku. Katsuo shifted awkwardly. "You do know it's not real. The boss is still up and kicking. I don't think anything can kill him at this point. I just kept thinking. It was so real. And Deku isn't exactly a cautious person. It could be real, so he's always putting himself in dang danger and with so many enemies." "It's okay, Jin, it wasn't real though. This time." Izuku nodded. "This time. Even with all the knowledge in the world, there's no telling when, but if you want you can be the one to punch someone and storm out next time." "Next time. You can't be. Like I said to Katsuo, this is my third time. Watching my own funeral, you know that at this point I believe it's to be expected." Jin's laugh was much more real now. Katsuo pulled him up, slinging an arm over his shoulder as with another creaking, snapping, twist his head turned all the way around again and Deku got up as well, the three leaving behind the cold stone with the carefully carved words. "Here lies the wielder of Pantomath, the greatest information quirk yet, Deku, taken from this world too soon. May he watch over us as the eternal hero." It must be the greatest insult of all for Jones, reduced to ash in one of Deku's schemes and then mistaken for him. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had arranged an accident to happen so that his actual remains didn't lie in the tomb with Deku's name. No, the coffin had been completely empty, but the public didn't need to know that. Or possibly ever. The eternal hero had a good ring to it, and Deku knew just the person to help. 𝐻𝐿𝐿 had just made him a saint and a martyr. For eternity. So, you guys ready? Carefully arranged purple hair with black streaks and yellow-orange hawk-like eyes, they were Izuku's height, wearing a leather jacket and dark jeans, piercings lining their ears and several necklaces wrapped around his neck. The teenager leant against 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's car not far from where the service had taken place. You have no clue how annoying this was, only a few months warning Friday child. Where are your manners? Left them behind after meeting you, Izuku glared through long, wild black locks, although I suppose I can't say that anymore, can I? Nox grinned, throwing an arm over his shoulder. Nope. Come on, Mr. Ito. You promised to drive us home. I am terrified right now. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 glanced between the sullen-looking Izuku, or rather Yamakumo, and his grinning, childhood friend, Alexandria Hero, who looked around Izuku's age instead of the at least 5 or 6 years older he had been the last time 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had seen them. They grinned and winked at him as if they knew exactly what he was thinking. Creepy. It hadn't even been a day after the funeral that 𝐀𝐮 called them all together as they had arranged and apologized, offering a round of drinks which they accept. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had taken great joy in making him beg for forgiveness before finally entering the bar. I suppose you could say he's a Pantomath now, you know, Phantom, Pantomath, get it? And I have waited this whole book just to make that pun. Sighed, giving her I am very deeply disappointed you smile. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, why are you like this? Yeah, Nero just died. Not even cold in the ground yet. Why do you even bother? Literally no one is listening in. Suzy laughed, leaning forward to whisper, yeah, that's what he made a killing off of, people like you and your shameful lack of paranoia. Who knows who's listening in? Who's watching? They are everywhere. They know. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 rolled his eyes, downing the shot. How do you think he'll look when he visits us? I mean, imagine if a few years down the line he tries posing as his own son or something. 𝐀𝐮_𝐨𝐫 stared as if they weren't sure if he was joking or not. Will never work for so many reasons. Hey, Ito. 𝐻𝐿𝐿 has been deep in thought for the whole meeting, and everybody knew it wasn't about keeping up appearances like before. What's up, Tanaka? How would you feel about taking over the bar for a few years? But 𝐻𝐿 sighed, looking at them all with complete seriousness and determination. I think he might need help in whatever he decides to do next. He's never been one to just do nothing. Plus, it's not like he can visit us all the time either, and anyway we all know someone has got to keep an eye out for him or he'll run himself into the ground. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 nodded firmly in equal seriousness. Then I'm joining you. 𝐻𝐿 sighed, but nodded and turned to 𝐂𝐮. Fine, but you've got to visit sometimes. When he agreed too easily, she added to it, and attend every bi-monthly meeting. With Deku. I expect weekly calls too, or else I'm making this place pink and frilly while you're away. 𝐻𝐿 shot up, glaring. You wouldn't. 𝐂𝐮's eyes only narrowed. And I'll let Suzy help. Now how about a toast to Deku? They responded in union. Deku. Nero. Dikairu. Boss. To friends and coming home. Another toast was called. The call was echoed once more in unison. Friends and coming home. To the very best of our years and new beginnings. Everyone grinned. This time Suzy spoke with a wide grin. To old friends, who we will never forget or lose contact with. 𝐻𝐿 met her challenging look with one of his own. And to the new ones I expect all of you to make. Pulse. Fair enough. 𝐀𝐮_𝐨𝐫 gave a satisfied nod as well. Suzy and 𝐀𝐮_𝐨𝐫 high-fived and You've become even scarier, 𝐻𝐿. What the heck? It's so not fair. All the same they all echoed back the two toasts. To old and new friends. Finished, they lapsed back into comfortable conversation and old arguments, no matter the air of finality to it, before 𝐻𝐿 pushed his chair back and stood. See you all in a few months. I'll probably come to call on you. Take care, all right. And keep Suzy away from the arrangements, company. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 nodded, holding up 2 fingers in a peace sign, earning him a grin back as 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 ruffled his hair, saluting an absent-minded goodbye with 3 fingers as he pushed his chair in. The room cleared out shortly after, all of them heading home in groups, the Johnsons together, and Katsuo joining 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 to pick Air up from her end-of-the-year tests for her online elementary school. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 shaking his head as Katsuo cracked jokes of being a bad influence, drinking in the afternoon, what's next, drags. Tanaka-jin was found dead, wrists slit with a suicide note beside him, politely warning not to touch his BLD due to its effects. He was declared dead once they managed to find a way around the dangerous puddle. No pulse. But considering just how much they had bled, enough to create a small lake around him, before he was found there hadn't been much they could do in the first place. Katsuo hadn't taken it well, and considering how, according to all of the witnesses of their fight and the accounts the others had given of how drinks that afternoon hadn't gone much better than the funeral, it was understandable. The day following Jin's funeral, Katsuo followed him to an early grave with a somewhat public suicide. After an argument with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 when the other didn't attend Jin's funeral and Air hadn't been allowed either, the Johnsons had remained quiet. 13 eyewitness accounts stated with some small variations they saw him shoot himself on his balcony, he had fallen into the river below and been swept away. 10 others claimed to have seen something fall, but weren't confident what. And 6 heard a gunshot and a splash. One person from the first group of witnesses, a neighbor, could even identify him. It was open and shut. Neither 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 or Eri made an appearance at the funeral. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 stopped meeting with the 2 sisters at all except when they wanted to meet with Air. It was quite sad for the heroes to see the tragedies that befell the group that had been practically joined at the hip before falling apart in the space of a single week, but they took hope from the knowledge that in the weeks following the Johnsons and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 slowly began strengthening their last tentative bond of friendship. It would never be what it had once been, anyone could see that, but they were recovering. Eraserhead and Present Mike had also taken it hard, harder than most had assumed they would. Of course not many knew that they knew the young informant. At first Present Mike had times where he would simply fall silent, too silent considering his talkative nature, and would remain like that until prompted. But likewise those times were decreasing and it didn't happen too often. Eraserhead on the other hand basically lived on caffeine as he threw himself into more and more work hours, trying to save or help as many people as he could. Both however made sure to make time in their days to look after Air, who 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 left with them whenever he was unable to watch over her himself and couldn't or wouldn't get a hold of either Suzy or Sarah. The still bright child was a light in their lives, always doing her best to get a smile out of them, although it was clear she missed her brother too. Deku was dead, but the world kept spinning all the same, his legend echoing loudly from the mouths and actions of who he affected. And from its depths, new ones began to form.